Hey boys, Vampire Elch pouring in. Here we are with more Gladius. This next game is gonna be more regular game. We're gonna experiment more. And it's gonna be a in-depth game, so we're gonna be over-explaining things. So if you don't know how the game works, this is the one to watch to get all the details that I can possibly explain. From creating the map to you know, everything we learned in the game. I got about 600 hours playing this game. Nearly half of the time we played with weird map setting instead of just trying to beat high difficulty. We are using a mod called Too Many Voices, which just basically adds voice lines to the units. You can find the mod on the Steam workshop. Anyways, let's go. These are where you pick your faction. As you can see, there's quite a bit of factions. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. No one even close how many factions there are in Warhammer Fantasy or from Warhammer Total War. Most of these factions are, I think half of these factions are actually start with Astra, Militarum, Necrons, Orcs, and Space Marines. And you can buy DLC to get Chaos Space Marines, craft for the Eldari, Tau, or the Tyranids. Gonna be playing again as Astra Militarum. This is the map setting. Basically, you're creating a map depending on its size. It's tiles, hexes, line times line. So it could be up to, I think, 51 by 51 is the largest. Difficulty basically assigns a loyalty, either penalty. They get penalty to loyalty. Loyalty is a game mechanic which is based on population. So as you get a little larger, loyalty goes down. As you build more cities, loyalties go down. It's kind of like you know, a system of happiness to control growth. Loyalty affects the faction positively by increasing all outputs of resource production or just general unit production, building production. Every positive loyalty is 1%, every negative loyalty is 2%. And the positive one doesn't have a cap, while the negative one has a cap of 50%. You can lose half of all your output negative loyalty. Normal difficulty is probably the best way to start this game with, and if you're gonna play against multiple opponents, especially if they're gonna be in a team, normal is probably best. It's a war game and the AI is there to get you. The AI does make mistakes and weird stuff, but in this genre of games, the 4X war game, I haven't played that many, but this is the best one I have seen. Like Civilization could only dream of having a war game like this in there. Of course, this is just a war game, nothing else, so they don't have to work on other things, not just war. If you set the difficulty to hard, which is the next step, the opponents will start with 10% bonus to loyalty, 10 loyalty, which will grant them immediate better outputs and easier way to expand. And as you increase things further, depending on the other setting, the things just go up exponentially, which you might not be able to keep up, especially if you deal with multiple enemies. Very hard difficulty is a good difficulty you want to challenge. Will also really depend on the rest of the settings, but I find it very hard, you know, a good spot for challenge without with the room to fail and make mistakes, but not much. One thing you could do, you can select yourself and grant yourself a bonus of hard. So you play with +10 bonus, while the enemy plays with 30. So you're not really playing on very hard, but you're playing still harder than hard. So you have times, you know, building up, getting a little bit more loyalty, you know, could help you. So you can close this gap a bit. You know, it's not really a true very hard difficulty, but it's still harder than hard. There's quite a big gap between difficulties after hard. I think on ultra hard, I think they get 60 or 70 loyalty, and on impossible they get 100. So it gets pretty brutal. We haven't really played the game to just beat it on a high difficulty, so we haven't gone down to the science of everything, how to you know, get a build order to get there. But there's a huge factor, you know, in the game setup, the opponents, you set teams to no teams, and of course the map settings. Larger maps do help with higher difficulty, because there is also a third party here, the wildlife, the hostile planet life. For this game, we're not gonna be experimenting much. We're just gonna do very hard and try to see if we still have a, you know, okay build order, or have we actually improved in that part of the game. We're gonna leave ourselves with no advantage or disadvantage, so we basically have normal. The title of this is No Heresy here, and we'll make it an interesting game where it's gonna be all Astra Militarum fighting each other. All Astra Militarum fighting each other. We could actually put a little bit more flavor. I was thinking about a large map. And we'll add one Chaos faction. Let me just enable rename here. If you guys wanna take names of any of these factions, go ahead. They don't cost any shekels, just say in the chat. Naming of the units, we'll put it to 999, just below 1000. Please, no long names. Okay, so I think sticking to the recommended player size makes sense for the map. So a large is the up to 6. Sometimes it's nice to have less, so there'll be a little bit of room. I wouldn't say huge is really huge, or large is little large. The maps are not that big. Not that big. So we're going to create kind of type of free-for-all here between the Astra Militarum and the Chaos. Going to put these guys as White Scar. If somebody wants to name White Scar Astra Militarum. Name the blue Astra Militarum Frenchman. Sure, we'll give them blue. Frenchman. The AI will, the game will automatically assign the names. So if you guys wanna give the name to the White Scar Astra Militarum, go ahead. We can put your name or the name like just did there. We have the Lothar Blue Frenchman. We'll put, which color is gonna put here? This is where you pick the color. It's basically just the color you're gonna have in the game. Genestealer Purple Astra Militarum, if somebody wants to name them. So we have 4 Astra Militarum here. We're going to play as Karakstone this time. Karakstone color. No sleep. Hey Gal. It's my sleep is all messed up. Well, I totally know who's gonna lead the Chaos Space Marines. It's gonna be Merconos. Known agent of Chaos here. And we'll give him Screamer Pink color. Okay, so it's gonna be a free-for-all with 4 Astra Militarum and Chaos Space Marines. Need names for White Scar and Ginsel Purple. Let's go, boys. Ginsel Purple, definitely human. You got it. You got it. Definitely human. Okay. And we need one for the White Scar. Game pace, we'll put keep standard. We'll keep the line mass very high. So we said what the world size does. The land mass basically is the ratio of the land tiles and water tiles. Water tiles are basically just you know, tiles which will block the rest of the map. You might need units that fly over it or hover over it. It creates impassable terrain for the land units, and it's just, you know, it could be considered aesthetic of the map, but in my opinion, the only thing it does, it steals the land tiles, which can be used for war, as this game, most of the fighting is happening on the ground. So I do prefer high or very high land mass, and we're gonna put very high for this one. Fiends? Sure, we'll go with Fiends, why not? Fiends, Frenchmen, definitely human, and Merconos. That's a list of opponents. Game pace is basically the speed. If you put it very fast, cost of production of units, the research, might be even experience, and the cost of these units in resources like ore will be decreased, so everything happens faster. If you put it on slower, it's the opposite. So slow is 50% slower than standard, and very slow is 2 times slower than standard. I think each of these is a little bit less. I think very fast is just 50% faster. Standard is fine. We played different game pace. Standard seems to be fine. Slow could be okay if you want to make units more expensive on the construction cost instead of because there is no upkeep modifier. So it makes some part of the game that lasts longer because they're gonna be using other units and not just, you know, go for the better units. Yeah, the scaling in these games is off and it has to be changed. The game pace should be pretty much just a bunch of modifiers that you can have, like construction costs, research costs, unit costs, and upkeep costs, for example, for this game. In the advance, there is various things you have. The unlock DLC, you can enable them or disable them. Their quests. Quests are quite tedious and don't really fit the game. This is another way to win. I think it's just a waste of resources. The Lord of Skulls is a special Chaos Super Heavy which invades the game. But unless you put quests on, you do not get the reward for it. And it can just cripple somebody by appearing next to them. There is no reward for it, because if you disable quests, disable the quest for Lord of Skulls as well, there's no point putting Lord of Skulls in the game, in my opinion. So we play this in a like a turn-based skirmish. Build bases, destroy enemies. Quests, you know, we did one time with every faction and never again. You can enable simultaneous turns, but I don't know why we would such a thing. I find this absolutely maddening. Whoever thought of putting a simultaneous turns in a turn-based game should be shot. Okay, so let's go to the map stuff here. We are doing in-depth explanation of the game and you know, of our play. So if guys you don't understand the game, haven't played the game before, or you're looking to get into the game, this is the video to watch. So wildlife density, as mentioned, it's basically the third party here. the wildlife, the gray units. There's a wide variety of them, and they're there to slow down the exploration and the expansion, and sometimes, you know, interrupt the contact between the other factions. As you kill them, you do get experience, and it could be a good, you know, ways to, you know, just get some experience early on. The density basically just determines how many of them are gonna be. We are playing with very hard, so we'll just keep it in medium, normal setting. Sometimes this setting, depending on the AI difficulty, could cripple the AI or just slow them down. You know, there's an RNG factor to this, and just keeping a high difficulty and turning this low, it's gonna be your funeral on the RNG scale. The artifact density, there are these things in the game called artifacts. I think it's why the game is called Relics. It's the Relics of War. These are capturable points on the map, and these things grant bonuses. Either make your units do more damage, have more health, or provide a loyalty bonus to your cities. I think this setting on medium is too many of them. This is the one of the main factors that imbalances the game, in my opinion. I keep it on very low. The devs have removed half of this from the game as the game release, and the ones that remain in the game have been nerfed to the ground. And I still think they cause imbalance in the game. I wish there was a setting to just turn this off, but there isn't. I keep them very low. Our map should have probably like 3 or 4 of them. They're randomized between damage, health, and loyalty. The special resource density on the maps, there are these outposts that can be captured for flat bonuses to your resource pools, and that can be, you know, holding points. I also think the medium setting has way too many of them, so I like to see fewer of them, you know, so they're more precious and there is less these random resources on the map. As you put these settings to lower, I think it actually works against you, because the AI can sometimes go through 100 turns of the campaign and not capture an outpost just next to their city. So I think this is also one of those things that should be just put to very low to minimize the extra stuff on the map, especially the resource bloating and holding. It's just way too many of them. The downside of playing on this on very low, you might not get a good outpost next to your starting city, which can affect the whole city, or some, you know, favorable fun RNG on your starting location. So it makes things harder. I think low is fine as well. I think low is fine as well. I guess we could just keep it on low. For this setting, I recommend very low or low. Ruins of Wall density. These are basically the research ones, the research outposts. This could be for other resources. Jacob Trader and Camping density. This are the where you buy items. This is fine, very low. Both are fine, very low. Necron Troop density. This is just pretty much map aesthetic if there are no Necrons, but Necrons build cities on top of these tiles, and even on the lower settings, there's still plenty of this on the map. This is the outpost where you buy items, and this is the outpost which provides research. The Webway Gate are wildlife things that basically serve the Elder mechanic. There's no Elder, so you can put this on very low, unless you want to change your map aesthetic. Wire density. In this game, there is kind of like a bed tile, which looks like a like barbed wire, just hostile life. It's kind of like plants that it's basically what it says, wireweed. It's hostile environment. These tiles will stop your movement, and you'll take damage starting a turn. These tiles. This setting is, I think it's fine on normal, but you can play with it. the AI does not know how to remove tiles like Wireweed or the forests. They're just not coded to do it outside their cities. So keep that in mind. So medium or low is fine in this. Heck, even very low. Unless you make some kind of extra scenario, you know, I would not really put it above medium. Let's just keep it medium. This is normal setting. On Orchid Fungus, this is another thing. When the Orc units die, they have a chance to leave the Orchid Fungus. It's a modifier for a tile, but if there are no orcs, it's basically just an aesthetic on the map, so I just keep it very low. Imperial Ruins Density, this is basically the destroyed city parts of the Astra Militarum. It's kind of like a cover area tile, kind of like a forest, except it's city ruins. And since we have 4 Astra Militarum, meaning the planet is still filled with them, just a aesthetic thing on the map, put it on very low. It does help with infantry, heavy infantry play. Depending how it spawns around the map, there's a big random modifier in this type of setups in the games. Sometimes it can be in your favor, or it can be against you, depending if you're defending or attacking. So this is just a big RNG factor. Forest density, just how many forests are gonna be on the map. We can keep this to medium, fine. River density, medium, fine. On the map there are regions, and these regions may have different type of environment, like Arctic, desert, tropical, volcanic. So this is the region size, and this is how many regions there will be on the map. You know, I changed this a bit in the past, and I honestly have not really noticed much difference. We'll just keep bottom medium. Arctic region density, so how many Arctic tiles are going to be on the map. This is, in my opinion, the worst tile to have on the map, and it's also the research tile, which helps just mainly early on. We just put this to none. Let's go with aesthetic without snow. Without snow. Or we can actually put it to very low. Why is there a none here? And why is there none here? Or none on wildlife or the artifact density? So very strange design. Not Tyranids this time? No, I decided to go with a different game here instead of just trying to adjust the settings. So might be a little bit less research because of this, but that's still you know, fine. This research is usually the worst thing to go for, but you still need some of it. The desert ridge density is for energy. We'll keep this to low. I think the tropical region density might affect a combination of desert, savanna, and the grasslands, but it could be just grasslands, while the volcanic is ore. So we'll put Arctic region density none. I actually seen even on none a couple of tiles of Arctic in the past. So this is an indie company, so there's gonna be bugs. You know, some of these settings will not do what they say here, but you know, they just give you an idea what they might do, unless you know there's gonna be a bug in the map generation. And that's it for the advanced map settings. This is the world seed. If you wanna share this map with somebody, you just copy it and you can give it to this person, and you can both play single player maps on the same map. I guess the Arctic could also affect Tundra. Yeah, could also affect Tundra. Anyways, this is gonna be the setup. We are playing as Astra Militarum in a free-for-all against 3 other Astra Militarum. Fiends, White Scar, Frenchman, Lothern Blue, Gene Silver Purple, definitely human, and Chaos Space Marines named just randomly, just, you know, some guy from the Chad Merconos. This is on a very hard difficulty. We'll have no bonus ourselves, so they get plus 30. They'll be fighting each other. They will also be fighting us. The world size is large, so up to 6 players. And there's going to be a lot of land and standard game pace. This game is going to be explained in depth, so that's why we talked about this so much. Let's get into the game, start, and we'll talk some more. We have the Baylor, the Karak Stone core, Karak Stone. The Baylor Brown is different. Let's enter the game. Okay. Oh, immediately we start with this thing here. Well, achievement is disabled. This was still turned on because of we were checking in our previous save. So we're just gonna turn it off. Control D. This is the debug mode where you can modify the stuff of the map. We'll just close it. Nothing has been added with it, but we have achievements disabled for this game, which doesn't really matter. If you're using debug mode in a previous game, best to just turn it off, because it's for some reason the game remembers it's been turned on, and it will disable achievements for your next game, which means you have to restart the game if you care about the achievements. We've been checking how our other game went with the science, and we went with the vision to show. Anyways, turn 1 here. You can see the resource on the top. This faction has food, this leaf. We have ore, this chunk here. We got energy, is the lightning symbol. Research is the book. And we got influence here. We start with 3 guardsmen, the basic unit of the Astra Militarum, and Tech Priest Engineers, which is their support unit. Very important for the later game. And as it is in this type of games, at the start you build a city and you go from there. So you can see a bunch of deserts here. When you mouse over the tiles, they show some information. Like this tile shows information 39, 34, 2. It basically tells you that we are high in the map and far on the right side. Because if you mouse over here, when it's explored, it will tell you what tile it is. So what it goes, 41, it will tell you how large the map is. So this is basically which tile it is. The third number 2, there's a third number which I'm not really sure what that third number does. X was supposed to say sometimes. Somebody knows what the third number is. It's a little bit strange. Not sure what the third number is. Elevation. It could be the elevation, yeah. Nice. It could be elevation. This is 2, this is 3. Could be elevation. This is 4. This symbol here means there are cliffs here. And when you zoom in, you can see this one is on 3, this one is on 2, this was on 4. It could be representing elevation, yeah. How high is the ground? So basically, back to icons, you have city icon 3, which means this tile will have 3 building slots when a city claims it. This is a desert, so it has a food output of minus 20%. The food buildings you build on this tile, if a city controls it, will receive minus 20% food modifier. So does not mean if a city claims the tile, it will just receive minus 20% food. But the food buildings built on this tile will produce less food. While obvious it's a desert, it has less food, it has access to more energy, plus 10% more energy. So buildings built on this tile, this one of the 3 buildings, if they produce any energy, they'll produce 20% more. This is what it means. This is one of the outposts. You can see plus 20% and 2 influence. If you claim this style with one of your units,
Orders received and understood.
you immediately get plus 2 influence features. These are basically outposts. This outpost is unique in a way that it's called a Skull Altar. You can actually read about it in the compendium, I think. It provides a blood blessing. For 10 turns, this unit now has 17% more attacks. So it will do more attacks with their weapons, either melee or range. This thing also can be used once every 10 turns. We have to decide what to build a city. We are kinda not in the corner, but there's a little bit more room on this map since it's large and there are 5 factions. You can see this red purplish thing, it's the fireweed. If you end the movement in here, if you move into it, your movement ends. So basically, it does block your movement. And at the start of the turn, you take damage from it. The units have 3 movement, which means they can move. For example, this unit has 3 movement. This is the basic movement 3. Most units have 3, but you can only move once in this game. So you can move here and then here and here, like in Civilization. In this game, you only move once. Since there is stuff like Overwatch, there is stuff like, you know, there's action, and, you know, it's a lot of range warfare. So you can only do one move. So you can see this unit just moved here to the left, the movement is depleted. So at this point, this unit can still attack if it has action, or use an action to claim a capturable unit like an artifact, which would like be 10% more damage, health, or loyalty. You will see the artifact when we find one. So when it comes to the units, what does this do on here? You can see these numbers here. This is armor. Armor just lowers the amount of damage you'll receive. If you read here, reduce the amount of damage taken from weapons and abilities. Each point of armor reduces the damage taken by approximately 8.3% up to 83%. But weapons and abilities ignore a number of armor points up to their armor penetration value. So this unit has 4 armor, which is pretty solid. And this 4 armor gives it about 33.3% armor damage reduction. There are other damage reductions which stack with this, but in most cases, the unit will always take some damage. This unit is also inside outposts. Outposts have special effect on the tile if you're in the outpost. It's just called the outpost buff. Increase the damage reduction, the healing rate of allied units, increases the range damage reduction of infantry units. So any unit inside the outpost will take 70% less damage from city damage reduction, type reduction. It will heal 50% more. The units can, if they're damaged, they can just hold position till healed, and they heal 10% per turn, unless they have modifiers, which this gives you 50% more, so you heal 15% per turn. And this unit being an infantry unit, gets additional range damage reduction. So you get all damage reduction 70%, just being a unit outside an outpost. But if the unit is an infantry, infantry has special rules regarding outposts, city, ruins, forests, where they get additional range damage reduction because, you know, they can, you know, hide around. I guess you know, it's supposed to be like taking cover, so they take even less damage in this place. If you mouse over the armor, all these damage reductions are listed here and where they come from. This is the unit hit points. This unit here, the guardsmen, you can see there are 8 of them in the squad. It's a squad unit, which means their health will be divided by 8. This is the max size of the squad. So each guy right now has 2.0 health. They're decimal numbers. And as the guys in the squad die, they will lose weapons. Each one of them is equipped with a las gun, and you have properties here of the las gun. The weapons have damage, number of attacks, how many in the squad will shoot, armor penetration, accuracy, and range. The attacks or the weapons can have also various traits, which gives them different properties. Like for example, this one has a rapid fire. It says doubles the attacks at half range. Half range means they have 2, which means at 1 range it will the amount of attacks will double to 2. This might be a little bit advanced to explain how the damage is assigned, but basically the damage and attacks will correlate with the target. So basically, if you're doing high damage but only 1 attack, it will not be very effective against squad units, because this high damage 1 attack will just kill one of the guardsmen. So firing off a last cannon in that direction will incinerate or just evaporate one of the guardsmen, but the other ones will be fine. While firing a last cannon, a high damage 1 attack weapon into something bigger like a tank will cause way more damage, because how the difference between this, how it correlates between the squad and amount of targets. So big weapons with big damage are and low attacks are meant to target big things, monstrous units, tanks, cities, or smaller squads like the Tech Priest Engineers. They have 3 if you want to get good effect. So the way the damage is going to work, damage will be assigned a number of attacks, and then depending on the target, that target will take that many damage. This one is pretty straightforward. 1 damage, 1 attack, and it's 8 times. So it's kind of good against seal target and against squad targets, because it shoots 8 times, because there are 8 of them shooting. But they have no armor penetration, which means their damage is gonna be totally mitigated by armor. But as they gain experience, they can get more damage. Experience in this game increases various stats. We'll get back to that. Accuracy basically tells you how much of the damage actually goes through. It's only half. So there's a damage modifier, attack modifier, armor penetration, and then the accuracy on top of everything. So they're only accurate half the time, which means the damage and attacks is only going to be half of it. The accuracy can be buffed through various means, like having a hero next to them, which just makes them work better, or some other stuff. As the unit gets experience, you can see this unit starts on level 1. Tells you here the experience level of the unit. Every level above the first increases the unit's hit points and damage by 5%, as well as morale by 10%. So every level of experience above level 1 will grant them 5% more damage. And some units, depending on their weaponry, level means everything. Level means everything, because they can actually start doing damage. And it's not about just the damage. The units also increase in health, which means as they take damage, there's a, depending what they're fighting, there's a higher chance more of them will live and retain, more shooters so they can attack again with more damage. It's a little bit more straightforward when the actual unit is a single entity, like a tank 1 or a big monster. As they take damage, they will not lose any weaponry. So the infantry only does really well when they are healthy, when they are at full health, when they are not damaged. As the infantry takes damage, they lose most of their damage. So having them on a higher rank with higher health and higher damage can matter a lot. Of course, the advantage of this is there's a lot of shooters, and sometimes just having a lot of shooters, they also could just be cheap, so there are different advantages to this or disadvantages, depending also on the stage of the game and what you're going for. Other stat here is morale. It says the psychological state of the unit. Morale regenerates if the unit has not taken damage this turn. below 66% morale, units become shaken, decreasing accuracy and increasing damage taken by 70%. Below 33% morale, units become broken, decreasing accuracy and increasing damage taken by 30%. Basically, as the unit takes damage and the units are dying around them or take damage, the units can get shocked, which lowers their morale, and if that morale falls below 66%, they get a debuff called Shaken, which lowers their accuracy, so they'll be worse at dealing damage, and they'll be taking also more damage. And if this morale drops below 30%, they become broken. It's a really big penalty, meaning you're losing badly, and there's little hope for this unit surviving or doing any damage. So you either need to fight back, get even in the amount of casualties received and delivered, or just disengage and let the morale get regenerated. It tells you here the unit has 6 morale, and if the unit does not take damage at the start of the turn, it will regenerate 20% of the morale, so 1.2. Morale matters on some stuff, but as the unit gets experience, and depending what you play, are you playing with the tanks or the infantry, it's kind of like a weird thing. Usually don't think much about the morale, and then it hits you and you're basically just taking massive damage and you can't recover. Or the opposite way around, you're winning decisively against your enemy, and just because you are hit their morale, it's going to be the reason why they kept losing and they can't recover. So you can morale can be shock can be used against you, and you can use it against your enemies. Keeping your enemies demoralized and not giving them chance to recover morale is the easy way to win. It's sometimes possible to do it, but as the enemy fights back, if you make any mistakes, there's a lot of tactical decisions in this game, and it's easy to do mistakes. Oversights in hindsight is a lot. The order of actions can get crazy in this game, and can be the difference by if you're gonna do well in this game or if you're just going to get destroyed. So that's the morale. We pretty much explain all the stats here. There's some abilities here. You can disband the unit, basically kills the unit. If it's the unit been taking damage, I think, and it's been in the area of the enemy will get experience. How the experience works, the game doesn't really explain it. It tells you need 3 experience, 1 dead experience value. How the experience works, so basically the killer, the unit that killed the enemy unit, gains the experience, and all allies of that unit within the range of 3 tiles from that unit. So if this was the enemy unit and you just killed it with the last gun here, this unit will get experience because it's the killer. This unit will get experience because it's in the range, and 1, 2, 3, this unit is still in the range to get experience. So the experience is not shared. I don't think it's actually shared, but I'm not 100% that. It says 1 dead experience failed, they need 3 experience. It could be the way it's assigned, but it's basically everybody gets experience. The experience might be shared. I can't really confirm this. I wasn't ever really paying attention if it actually gets shared. I just know that everybody gets experience. It does make sense that it's shared. I guess we're gonna have to pay attention this game to confirm it if it's shared or if everybody gets the same experience. Of course, if you kill a higher unit, stronger unit, there's more experience to be gained. There's the Overwatch. If enemy enters your line of fire and you have an action available, you will open fire that unit. It's simple as that. That's Overwatch. You can turn off the Overwatch. There's actually times to do it. If your unit is really damaged and you want to guarantee healing. So how the healing happens, the unit has to have actions and movement when they enter healing, so they can actually heal at the start of the turn. If Overwatch got triggered, it'll consume the action and it will not cause healing. And Overwatch with 1 guy out of 8 will do nothing. While better to heal them at that point. So there's a time to actually turn off the Overwatch. There are things about the Overwatch. For example, if an enemy enters a forest, this ruin for example here, this unit will see it, but it cannot Overwatch because there is no allied units adjacent to the ruin. There are also rules for the Overwatch. So an enemy can enter this ruin, or you can enter this ruin, and you will not be targeted by the Overwatch because there is no allied unit next to the ruin or the forest. So there are also stuff like this, because they see somebody entering the forest, but they don't have adjacent unit to actually trigger the Overwatch. Sometimes good time to avoid Overwatch, but still get into position to shoot.
What do you require?
So this is basically the guardsman unit, your standard foot soldier. They're very cheap. If you most of the unit, these are the standard costs. 24 production, 10 food, and 10 ore to produce, and has an upkeep of 1 food. If you mouse over your food, you can see we're paying 3 per turn for the units. Anyways, moving on to the other unit here, Tech Priest Engineers. It is a unit that builds the cities for the Astra Militarum, and it's a unit also that supports other units like vehicles, fortifications. There's a blessing of the Omniscience, so units have abilities. It explains you what it does here. So this ability consumes an action, consumes movement, so it will deplete both. It will also require an action to use, will not require a movement to use. It has a cooldown 1 turn and is a range of 1 tile. So if there is an adjacent vehicle or a fortification nearby, you can just heal it for 8 hit points. Sometimes it's very nice to minimize downtime and just keep going. Other than that, this unit has, you can see different weapons. They have different traits. These are melee weapons. It tells you that can Overwatch. They're unwieldy, so they have lower accuracies. Instead of having average, they have 4. So you can see different properties. 3 power axes because of 3 guys. What does this unit do? Primarily at the start is to found a city, because you need to find a city. You can also clear tiles if you wanna clear like a forest here or a wirewood here. Just clear nice terrain so you have a nice line of fire and no blockage. This also has another ability. It is a special melee attack. If you compare here, it does higher damage and it has more armor penetration. So has a special move. Anyways, let's build a city. We can move and then we can build a city. When building a city, it's always best just to build adjacent to the outpost. So you can claim the outpost and get its bonus. If a city claims this outpost, it will generate additional plus 20%. This outpost being your city or not being your city will always generate 2 influence. This is a nice outpost because it is a skull altar, so when a big thing gets out, you can get a nice buff for 10 turns. So it's decent to have next to your city. It's far from the best ones. There are some better ones that provide different bonuses. For building a city, you can also send your guys around to scout. We are playing on average wildlife, so we have to be careful. We're going to need numbers to do well at the beginning. And they might be around us. Okay, we don't see anything. There's a bunch of deserts here. We can see Necron Tomb. It's just an aesthetic, doesn't do anything without Necrons in the game. This area has additional 20% influence, so it can tells us this is another influence style. It could be another skull altar, or it could be the trader encampment. From the looks, it looks like a trader encampment. It's nice to have a trade close. So, very open area here. Very open area here and a bunch of deserts. This is a savanna. There's a 1 foot tile nearby. We could go a little bit to the other side, or we can just deploy here that we know of. It's best to just get a city down immediately. This tile is gonna have additional energy and additional influence. There's a building that gets automatically built in the city, so it's nice to have this modifier. There's a lot of deserts here, so this city can generate a lot of energy, but it'll have trouble with ore. We unfortunately get much ore options here. There's a tundra here. I don't know what thing I want to go deeper in the desert. We lose 20% food here. I don't lose 20% food. The style here has 20% ore, 10% energy, and 20% influence if we build a city here. So our core building gets 20% more ore. The downside of this is it has only 2 slots because the rocks occupy a building slot for the rest of the game. You cannot remove them. But I think it's good to get a little bit ahead.
Yes,
So I'll get here. I'll show you why we want to get this other bonus as well.
the machine does not hesitate.
So Wireweed on quite a bit of stuff. There's a lot of food here as well, which gives us option what to go for. So the first city is free. It just consumes the unit and founds a new city here.
Executing building routine.
When you build a city, you automatically get 2 buildings. The Basilica Militarum is the name of the base building, headquarters building of Astra Militarum. It provides you with population limit, its capacity for population, so the city can grow up to 6 population. It also generates some food, ore, energy, research, influence, and loyalty. So since we build the city here on extra 20% ore, extra 10% energy, and extra 20% influence, this building automatically produces more. As you can see, the 6 is the base. You get 6 of each. But this modifier, so 20% ore, 10% energy, and 20% influence are added to this building, as this building is built on this tile where these bonuses happen. The only downside to this tile is it doesn't have 3 slots, so we have to immediately claim a tile to start building somewhere else. So this is the city option. At the top you can name the city. On the city resource you can see population, growth, food, ore, energy, research, influence, loyalty. So this is your population. Every building requires 1 population to work, except the headquarters building and the buildings that increase capacity do not require population to work. So this is one of them. So 1 population is used to work on the labor core. The labor core is a building which has a production queue for buildings. So it's basically a building in a city that produces other buildings and builds stuff around the city. It will not produce units, it will just produce other buildings. You need to produce a building that produces units to open another queue where you're going to build units. It has base 6 production, 2 food, and 4 ore. So the buildings also comes with some output. So this one generates more food and ore. Ore is required to produce buildings, except ore is required to produce buildings. And energy is required to maintain them. Except the energy building requires ore instead of energy, because it uses ore to produce energy. This is the basic setup of stuff. You have the food producing building, you got the ore producing building, energy producing building, research producing building, influence producing building, and you got your basic unit producing building. Every faction starts with a similar setup. Not all factions have these resources. For example, the Tyranids are the most extreme. They just have biomass and influence. They don't use other stuff because they're, living. So they do not have all these buildings like the Astra Militarum. So the modifier on these resources comes from the tile, and it comes from the loyalty. You can see the loyalty here, what I was talking about. It's kind of like a happiness growth control element. The positive loyalty increases all outputs by 1%. The negative loyalty reduces all outputs by 2%. By all outputs, I mean all the resource outputs in the city and all the production outputs of every production building in the city, be it building production or the unit production, various unit productions. So right now you can see here we have 6 production here in the labor core. And if we mouse over it, we actually have 6.3, and this extra 0.3 comes from loyalty. The loyalty will decrease as the city starts growing. The base growth is 8. So it tells you here you need 32 to get 1 new population, which will be used to work buildings. The city requires population to work buildings. The extra population basically just waits for you to get more buildings that require them to work. So they don't do really anything except they eat food and lower your loyalty. So you want to kind of balance the growth and production, because if you grow too fast, you'll just lose loyalty faster and you'll lose food faster, and you might be able to use that population. So right now it's 8 base loyalty. As long as the seed has I think 5 room for population, the growth will not drop. But as the population start to hit capacity, it will start to drop to the point where you lose half the growth. I think on 2 population this growth will be 7, on 3 will be 6, on I think it's 4 or 5. It basically with the remaining room it drops up to half to a minimum of 4. So as the population room gets lowered, the growth goes down. So the more room you have, I think you need minimum of 5 for the maximum bonus, or minimum of 4. It's either 4 or 5, we can actually see in a few turns. And then the growth starts dropping by 1. So you always want to have extra room for population, so you can keep growing at a normal rate. Sometimes, depending on your expansion, what the hell is happening, it's hard to balance this thing out. But if you can, it's min-maxing. Sometimes just you go with it and just click buttons and get more buildings. But if you're paying attention to this, it can be the difference if you can play on a higher difficulty or if you get destroyed all the time. So what else here? Regarding loyalty, the loyalty will drop because the population eats food and it requires loyalty. So as the population grows, we lose food. One population consumes 1 food per turn, and each population in the city lowers the city loyalty by 1. So all the outputs go down by 1%. There are buildings which will increase this loyalty, so you're gonna have to juggle the what the city needs. At some point the city gets so huge that literally it's a powerhouse. For the Astra Militarum, the cities can get very large, and there's literally no limit to them. In this game, expanding is good, but there is such thing as too much expanding. Also depends who you play, map settings, and everything. But some expansion with all the faction is good. Not all factions can expand with another city. These Space Marines can only have 1. So in this case here, we have another option here, which is a clear tile, same the one they had on the unit. So if you have any tile that's claimed by the city that has something to clear, like the Wireweed or a forest, the city can clear it with 12 production, which will be 2 turns because it's 6 each. Right now there is nothing to do here because they have no room to build. So the city has to claim tile, acquire tile, which costs production or influence. Each tile except the city tile costs 1 influence to maintain. This is what is influence used for. Used for upkeep on the tiles other than the city tile, and later on heroes and special faction mechanics. This faction has edicts which can activate various bonuses in the city, but it's mainly used to upkeep tiles and for heroes and items for heroes. So we can acquire a tile here. You begin with radius 1, so city can claim any tile in radius 1. There are technologies which expand this radius. Some factions can expand further, some factions have limit. The limit for the Astra Militarum is 3. As you get 2 more technologies, you can expand up to radius 3. For example, Tyranids can only expand at radius 2, while the Space Marines can do 4. The first style is always best to get research, so you get technology a little bit faster. So what we have here, we could just claim this thing here, and the city gets additional 20% influence per turn. I mean, there's nothing wrong about this. Why not? Start building up a big bank of influence by claiming the outpost. It'll be locked to our city. Nobody can take it, and we'll be gaining 2 influence, and the city will gain additional plus 20% influence on everything. That's why these outposts are good to have on the cities. If you play on your regular settings, sometimes you can build a city that can claim even 2 or 3 outposts, which gets a little bit crazy later on. The city cannot immediately claim them, but they could be in the radius of 3 or 4 if you play Space Marines, and get big bonuses later. Okay, we'll claim the Skull Altar 2 turns. And let's go into research here. So let's talk about technology for a bit. Technologies are assigned to different tiers, from tier 1, tier 10. To research a technology, you need to put a research towards it. Like Inspired Training will require 36 research. With our current research, it will be 6 turns. If you master technology, it actually tells you a little bit what it does, but this information is dog shit. Half the time you have to guess what it does. You then get proper information, proper numbers. The game is kind of lacking in that regard, so it's just pretty streamlined, straightforward. Just tells you, you know, you get something, but what exactly you get, until you say it, you know, you have no idea what these things do. So as a new player, it's kind of a little bit obscure. So they went with aesthetic instead of giving you some proper information. Should you always found the city on the first turn, or you can be ready to move to a better location? If you see a better location early on with your current units build, yeah, you can move 1 or 2 turns, but I would not recommend more than that, because they're hostiles very close. Already moving 3 tiles away, you might end up into a fight where it can get ugly. With this map setting, there is less outposts. So our options are limited, because I don't like playing on medium or higher outpost setting. But if you put a lot of outposts, medium or higher, you'll have probably, you see this outpost here, you probably have like 5 already visible in this area, as they just spam on it if you put medium or higher. I like to have my games to have less outposts, so they're more valuable. So back to technology. To progress in to the next tier, you need 2 technology from the previous tier. So you decide which 2 technology you get here to unlock tier 2. You don't have to keep researching tier 1 unless there is something you need there. You can just stick to tier 2, what you need, and then move to the next tier. Ideally, your strategy should be 2 technology from each tier and just keep going into the higher tier. But as you go higher and higher, more and more research will be required. Some tiers have more than 2 good technologies, even for a simple strategy. But obviously, you know, higher technology unlocks some nice stuff, powerful units. If you can keep up with the units, with the research rate and the production, as you unlock technologies, you get, you know, absolute advantage. So you have to balance it out as you go forward. Just keep progressing forward. You know, sometimes it's not likely, but you know, it's possible. So you have to, for example, assign a strategy here for the Astra Militarum. Are you gonna go play with the infantry, or are you gonna go into vehicles, or are you just gonna abandon everything until you get tier 5 Basilisk and don't produce any units until you can start spamming basilisks? Just, you know, you have to decide. There's a strategy here, but progressing down technologies is usually more important than sticking to the same tier to research more technologies. For example, if you just play vehicles here in tier 1, going to need Manufactorum, which is a building that produces vehicles, and you're going to need Shrine of the Aquila, which is a building that produces heroes. Every other technology here is not going to give you anything except waste your research points. So you proceed to the next stage. What do I need for my vehicle build here? I need Cult Mechanicus because it allows expansion, building of tech percentages here, so they can also repair vehicles. You need hub blocks so your cities can grow. You don't need any else here. So first two tiers are pretty straightforward for the vehicles. You don't ever have to come back here. Then you go into tier 3. What do you need in tier 3 for your current strategy? And then you just decide. You know, you're not gonna be researching Medipack and Tank Commander at the same time. No. You're gonna be getting Medipack if you're gonna be playing with, early with infantry. You know, at some point you can switch, but you know, due to how the single player works, it might make more sense in multiplayer. But I still think people will stick to one option or the other and not gonna try to get a variety of options. It just does not work because you have to build your setup. This is a game where every turn you make progress, and if 3 turns you're doing one thing and then the next 3 turns you're doing another thing, you're gonna fall behind. And you're either gonna get stomped by high difficulty or by a better player. So you have to prioritize and focus, you know, valid strategy. Anyways, that's it about the technology. We do have access to quite a bit of food here. We can see green. So this gives us an option for infantry, have weapon squads. But even if we have food available to us, doesn't mean we have to go infantry, which will just mean that if we build ore extractors in this area here, we are not going to get any bonuses, we're not going to get any penalties, and we'll have easy time to grow population. We're playing on a very hard difficulty here, and infantry investment, it feels like it's not really worth it. If we had our outpost here, which is a food one, which is really unlikely because we play with very low outposts, so this RNG is like 1 in 20, we might consider, you know, spamming lots of infantry because it's you know, the difficult thing. The map is larger, so infantry is weaker. On a battlefield where there are small skirmishes, you know, infantry will work, even on a large battlefield. But when the battlefield is the whole planet, infantry is just cannon fodder. There are definitely infantry which do better, but they're still gonna be cannon fodder compared to tanks and massive monsters or massive tanks. Also, to go with infantry strategy, we have to put Imperial Barracks into the city, which is a building that produces infantry, and then we lose 1 slot, which could have been built for something else. This thing could have been 6 ore. 30 turns later, that ore could be something. We don't really need this unless we decide to be our strategy. I think an infantry strategy on a large map, on a high difficulty, is a poor one for the Astra Militarum. We did a setup where we used the infantry, but it was just constantly just dying. Combination of things later on does make sense, but the game really doesn't support combination from the start. You just fall behind. Later on, you literally unlock powerful units and the infantry doesn't matter anymore, so it's too late for a combination of things. While a combination of things can still be considered when you have infantry like Bulgarins or something really strong like Terminators. There are factions with infantry just works, but it's a strategy which just gets divided and it just hurts you. Just stick to one strategy and go with it, and then you try to decide. For example, in this place here, which is, you know, the obvious shit, there's a grassland here, there are deserts here. So our strategy could be go heavy infantry playstyle early, use the guardsmen, heavy weapon squads, Lord Commissars, Tempestus Science, use the Bulgarins, and then once we get to tier 7, where we have a void port, we switch to air. Some of this infantry will still be usable with flying transports, but there's a bunch of deserts here, which means we can produce shit ton of energy and just then switch to air. This is a totally valid strategy, but even without the modifiers for ore here and extra modifiers for food here and the energy here, the vehicle one is safer, less casualties, better performance, and the units are valid from the start to the end of the game. So in this case we can decide to go for a heavy infantry playstyle early on, and then the moment we hit tier 7 switch into mass air, just shit ton of air units, as all these deserts will pay for the air units. Air units have upkeep of energy, and usually I feel like infantry makes sense to go into air, while the vehicle don't have to go into anything. You start with vehicles and you end with vehicles. You then have to mix with anything. If you have excess energy, you can produce air as well, especially have a second city for it, but you can just stick to the vehicles. While the infantry has to get help, and the best thing that goes with them, I think, is aircraft. Because on a large map where there's too many opponents, you will not be able to kill them before they progress fast enough, especially on higher difficulty. Playing a smaller map, infantry is definitely a better option. If you go if this was a smaller map with only like 2 or 3 other players, going infantry here and then switching to air later if you still haven't won, it's perfect. It's perfect. So we're going to start with Militarum, which is a building that produces vehicles, and we're going to go with Shadow Killer for a second. This is pretty straightforward. Just unlock 2 buildings so you get in tier 2, and this support the vehicle playstyle.
Reporting in. Sir, your orders.
A lot of mumbo jumbo or jibber jabber here. We're doing in-depth Gladius game, so if new players wants to learn, they can watch this one. A lot of people watch this, but they don't really understand the game, so this type of game, you know, could be ideal, so they get a little bit more handle on the game. City Slicker Dead Zone. Any chance we see the Chimera tank this time? I could show it, but we're not going with infinite playstyle. It's a waste of research time how the game progresses. It could be useful for the extra 3 infantry here. We might be able to actually get it if we are careful with these 3 infantry units. The wildlife is on medium this time. We might get it, but it's a kind of, like I said, a waste of early research. If you are careful with these 3 infantry units, we might be actually used a little bit better, because the Chimera requires infantry. And we're not really going for infantry here.
We're ready, my lord.
We'll see. So, turn 1 done. Let's go next turn. This game is for Astra Militarum and Chaos Space Marines. Very hard difficulty. It's free for all on a large map.
Sir, your orders. As ordered, redeploy.
If it goes well, we might get it. We might get it. We'll see. So the early stage of the game is basically exploring and trying to claim some outposts. This is actually a trap. This is actually a trap, especially with Astra Militarum. You get a pretty much small area and expand and just leave it there. Because you might pull all kinds of nestings or take casualties. So be very careful this stage of the game. Keep your units together. It's not all about exploring. There are things that want to kill you out there.
We have our orders, men.
And you see how I moved this unit here just to get the distant tile discovered, so we know what's ahead. It's very important to have information what's around you. It's pretty much having you know, it's kind of like being psychic, because the fog of war is dead. keep the guardsmen together and try to make sure they stay alive and they get us some advantage going. So the safest way to explore is like this. Don't just move here at the end. There could be 3 enemies here. You just move here.
We have our orders, men.
You have room here, and you see what's there. You know, if you want to be reckless, be reckless. You can, I guess, always reload, but I'm not a fan of reloading.
To attention, men.
You know, safe's coming.
Reporting in.
This is an outpost, the Jokero Trading Company. It's another influence outpost. This one can be used by the heroes to purchase items.
We comply.
You can see the city has claimed a tile, the walls have expanded, and now we also control the Skull Altar, which grants us additional influence. We're gonna have a lot of influence here, since this thing is next to the city. Unfortunately, this tile has no building slots, so we have to claim another tile, so we get a research building. Like our other 2 games where we're trying to, you know, some science, this one will go pretty smooth. It's just a standard game.
To attention, men.
So we'll claim the incumbent here, and as you can see, we move here, we get vision, and those guys can do the same. Safe exploring, very important. Even if you move here, you think you're safe in the forest. 3 crude hounds out of nowhere appear and you're dead. I've just spotted it here. It might be... it's hard to say. Let's put the infantry here. Okay, and there's none here. And one here. Get a little bit of vision before in deep. There's not going to be many of these outposts because we are playing on a low settings with them intentionally. So we don't want to get the imbalance of the resources with a lot of these outposts. The game also looks much better with fewer of them on the map than more. But in the beginning, as you're expanding and building up, claiming a couple of these outposts and holding areas, exploring, not taking any casualties is the way to go. There's going to be a massive concentration of enemies in the middle of the map. And the other factions will be fighting them as well. You can see Crude Hounds, you can see Great is an enemy here. This enemy has their own special abilities. They're all stats, they have no armor. They got 7 in the squad. They are melee unit, so there's no overwatch. They're pretty fast, 6 movement. They have fleet, so they have 5+1. They have forest stealth. When they're in forest, they take less ranged damage. And they have infiltrate, which means they cannot be targeted by overwatch. Move to recover negates the wound penalty in forest and pillar ruins, so they can move quite a bit. So we see a unit here, they're level 2. I'm not sure what affects their levels. I think it might be just that the fact that the Val life just starts on high level anyways. The squads are vulnerable to blasts. We don't have blasts. If you're playing infantry early, frag grenade dominates. Literally, unit with a couple of ranks and a frag grenade can one-shot this unit. We do outnumber them here.
Sir, your orders.
We could go safe here or we could just jump them.
To attention, men.
We have potentially 3 attackers here, 2 with rapid fire.
We're ready, my lord.
There is no, they don't have any friends nearby. Move everybody to attack. So we have 2 guys with rapid fire.
Yes, Lord General.
If you hold over the unit, you can see attack estimate, and 2 rapid fires was enough to kill this unit. If you hold Alt, you can see how much damage will you do in their current state. It tells you 8 last guns will do 9.4 damage here. This unit has extra attacks, because of the Blood Blessing. 3 experience required, 1 dead experience value.
Yes, my lord. Engaging.
Does this say this unit is worth 1 experience? each units have received 1.1 experience.
We're ready, my lord.
This must be how much they're worth if they're killed. Yeah. We'll pay attention more about how the experience is assigned. Okay, the city expand up here. The best first building is a research one. If you have any tile like Arctic one, you get it there. So you double your research at the start. So we'll get a research building first. You need a little bit of research, not much. You don't want to really prioritize it unless you're doing something, you know, different. But you need some of it, and I think opening with a research building is the way to go. It makes a big difference in the long term. Get some of those early stuff twice as fast. You can see here neophyte hybrids just taking overwatch from the city. The city has 8 las guns and 3 crack missile launchers. Crack missile launchers are anti-armor weapons. This unit has ability which gives them shrouded range damage reduction. We did move from here like further here, so there's more wildlife here. There's a recon leaf here. Okay, we see enemies in the north. We don't want to go further south here. There might be an enemy down there. We'll send all the boys north. The guardsmen are cannon fodder. 3 of them are still cannon fodder, but they can fight off things.
As ordered, redeploy.
And the guardsmen get good as you unlock various grenades, medipack, and if they have a lot of commerce nearby. But we are not going with this strategy. They are expendable, and if you go with infantry, you'll be losing them pretty much all the time, more and more as the game progresses. So we researched our first technology, Manufactorum. So now we can produce a building that produces vehicles. And the first vehicle is Scout Sentinels. The vehicles all have ore requirement to produce and ore requirement to upkeep. So we're gonna be needing ore. Unlike infantry requires food and ore and food to upkeep.
We're ready, my lord.
Some infantry requires other things. Like the tech priest engineers require ore to upkeep.
We're ready, my lord. Forwards for the Emperor. For the Astra Militarum.
Let's see if there's anything here.
Militarum.
It's an outpost here. I think it's the Rikef Leaf. And our second building will be Shrine of Aquila. Here building. It is good to get an early ore extractor, especially if you don't have find any outposts that generate ore. Because the moment you start producing vehicles, you're out.
We're ready, my lord. Reporting in.
There's a lot of cover here. You can see a lot of the forests and the ruins. And we put the ruins on very low.
Reporting in for the Astra Militarum.
Infantry forests are secure from range attacks, but there are attacks which will ignore this, like the flamethrowers or the melee weapons. So they're not always safe. Okay, we got another building here, or actually our first building, which was a research building. And you can see our research has doubled. You can see as the city got 2 population now, the growth has went down by 1. So you retain max growth as long as there is 5 room in the city. The moment it drops down to 4 or less, you start losing growth, 1 pair. So we lost 1 growth because the room is running out. So we're pretty much gonna have to get more room. Food will be required for population, but we are actually having okay food right now. There's not much options here. We're going to get the ore extractor as the second building. Just planning ahead. And then the third building will be Manufactorum.
Reporting in. Orders received and
You
understood.
can see a web gate here, and we can see a recap leaf. If we take it, we'll get 1 food and 1 influence as long as we hold it.
Sir, your orders.
This is not a safe way to go here. There could be multiple enemies here. We get murdered by crude hounds in the forests. So it's risky going there. I like to play safe. Just go
For
around.
the Astra Militarum. Forward for the Emperor.
You can see seen there that the unit can actually click on the city itself. The city itself is a unit, and it can hold 6 infantry. So you can put infantry units inside it to heal or just to be there.
We're ready, my lord. Suppressive fire.
The very important thing is getting some scout sentinels going or expand early.
Sir, your orders.
Most like these are usually safe,
We're ready, my lord.
not always
Have our
though,
orders, men. Sir, your orders.
because there could be things in the forest.
Suppressive fire. Orders received and understood. Sir, your orders.
So it tells you that this thing will grant 1 experience. I guess the 1 dead experience will, when they die, they how much of experience they give. A fist, yeah, we're going in depth on this game. The web gate are basically big fortifications that are used by the Eldar to expand or fill them up. There are no Eldar on this map, so they're basically just aesthetic.
Yes, Lord General.
We're gonna have a lot of influence here, which means we can get extra items the moment we get a hero. We do have a item shop nearby. Shrine of Aquila, it's a building that produces heroes. The starting hero is a Lord Commissar, it's an infantry commander. We don't really care about him.
Reporting in. Sir, your
Okay,
orders.
should be somewhat
ready, my lord.
safe to move here. We could also just move here first. Okay. And then
your
we move
orders.
this guy here.
Orders received
Take
and
this
understood.
outpost. We'll generate some food and influence. If a city claims this tile, it would gain plus 10% loyalty. Not a bad tile really to have. This is those neophyte hybrids. They do have auto pistols, auto guns. They're 2 range with rapid fire, no armor penetration. They're basically the same shit as the last guns. It's the weakest boulder type weapons. There's an Umbra here, scary creature, which should be avoided. It's flying as well.
To attention, men.
We'll open fire on them. It's estimated 2 casualties.
For victory. Death to all his enemies. Sir, your orders.
And
Yes, my
we'll
lord.
start this. How much
Engage
experience
it.
does this guys give? 1 dead experience value. We kill the crude hounds, we get a saved 1.1.
Sir, your orders.
Maybe because they were level 2. Maybe their level also increases it as well. Maybe it's 10% per level.
For victory. Death to all his enemies.
The Umbra it's 4.4, so it looks like the level my experience increased the experience by 10%. So level 2 Umbra is 4.4, so level 1 Umbra would be 4. It looks like I haven't even realized it before, guys. This is a new thing to me. When you mouse over level, it actually tells you how much experience the unit will give to all the units around when it dies. So this current level 2 Umbra grants 4.4 experience to the killer and all the units within the 3 tiles that are allied. Okay, we don't currently have Manufactorum, we're getting Ore Extractor. We get a hub block. Hub block is the most important tier 2 technology. It's a building that increases population limit. And Cult Mechanicus is a building that produces tech priest engineers and also generates research, kind of like a half research building. So these 2 are critical. Doesn't matter what strategy you go, you need these 2. But funny, if you go like this, if you go vehicles, you only need these two. But if you go infantry, you're going to need these two, and you're going to need more stuff here. At least a heavy weapon squad. So by going infantry, you automatically need 3 here. While in tier 1, if you're going infantry, you're going to need 1, 2, 3 as well. So you can tell, it tells you here that the infantry is based on the lower tiers. Because both technologies here on the optimal have they have 3 infantry technologies, which are required for the infantry strategy. Our research will increase with Cult Mechanicus, and we'll probably unlock Chimera if these guys are gonna still be alive. It's not that many turns to unlock it, 3 turns. The early technologies are always gonna have the same cost. As your research increases, sometimes these things will just take 1 turn to research. When you're fighting wildlife, they usually just take some damage and then they retreat to safety. So try to plan moves where you make a kill without the risk to your unit.
We have our orders, men.
They're shrouded. The disability they have is cool on 2 turns.
To attention, men. To attention, men.
The spot doesn't seem safe. 3.6 damage. The unit has 8 health.
Sir, your orders.
We can see an Imperial Bastion. That's out of the question. Heavy bolters, high armor, very hard to kill with infantry. We would need anti-armor infantry.
We're ready, my lord. Suppressive fire!
Hell might, no, we dropped that and went with the regular game. Where we are over-explaining things so people can get into the game or understand better while watching.
Reporting in. Fixed bayonets!
Let's try to get a kill here. These guys have no level, so just 1 experience.
Men. Yes, Lord General!
That's another kill for a guardsman. 2.1, 2.1, and 2.1. We killed Crewhound level 2 and Neophyte Hybrids level 1. 2.1 experience. Okay. Hey, Bumblum. This is out of the question. It's a little a strong point at this point. And we see an Umbra in that direction. Umbra will not instantly kill a guardsman, but will cause heavy damage. We have a medium wildlife setting, which means 3 guardsmen are gonna be toast. They can't just walk around and clear stuff.
To attention, men. Orders received and understood. We have our orders, men.
Well, oh, we see another outpost there. The outposts are a little random, and you can see it's another trader encampment. We're gonna have a shit ton of influence. The imbalance is always getting created here. We haven't found any extra ore or energy outposts. Instead, we found 3 influence outposts. Not great, but not terrible either. We can have potent items when we get a hero out. Nice sound.
Fixed bayonets! Reporting in for victory! Death to all his enemies! Charge men to victory!
Oh shit, it's been hour and 14, just need to stretch a bit. I'm having some serious pain in my arm. Let's make a short break, guys. Be right back, get a drink. We'll be going for hours here. Be right back. Okay, we're back, boys. Basically just trying to gain some ground here while doing some exploring. Not really provoke another faction to fight us because we don't have anything. There should be enough room between us.
Sir, your orders.
You know.
For victory! Death to all his enemies! Reporting in.
Okay. Just destroyed another unit. Got experience again, and now our guys are all level 2. So it looks like there's a base experience, then 10% per level maybe. We gained more health. Each soldier has more health. We gained more damage, you can see 1.1 now. And we gained more morale, 66.6.
Sir, your orders.
This was okay to take.
Orders received and understood.
Looks like we do have this corner for ourselves, so we should investigate it. There could be an artifact here.
Reporting in. For the Astra Militarum.
Yeah, some Chaos Cultists.
Reporting in. We comply. We comply.
Another type of enemy.
We're ready, my lord.
These guys have even more combatants, you can see 10 of them. They have 10 auto pistols and 10 close combat weapons. So if they hit you at full strength, it's gonna hurt, and especially in the lower tier units.
Sir, your orders. Suppressive fire!
They're level 3, so they have 10% more damage, 10% more health, and 20% more morale. You can see they have 1 base experience and they have 1.2 because they're level 3. Okay, so it's 10% per rank, up to like what, 90% more if it's rank 10. Yoo-hoo! They're trying to take this outpost here to generate more influence. Okay, we've got a hub block technology. Militarum will be up in 3 turns. We'll research a Chimera. It's a Chimera tank, it's a transport. It'll just be just enough time with this thing here. It's a little bit
To attention, men.
around.
Sir, your orders.
Let's see more infantry here, neophyte hybrids. They fired with Overwatch here because we are in a forest adjacent to an enemy.
Sir, your orders. Forwards.
And there's another outpost here, another recaf leaf, 2 recaf leaf and 3 influence outposts. A single one ore.
Reporting in.
Or energy. Sometimes you find an early ore or energy one, you might not need to get that building soon.
We will bring them death.
Sometimes which outpost you find, you might not need to get any resource there. It's okay to find 3 influence outposts, we'll just get a shit ton of influence. Has its use as well. No problem there. We'll find a use to them, especially these guys live. Doesn't look like there's a lot here. Let's move here. It doesn't look like there's an artifact here. The artifacts have a special unit next to them called the Enslavers, and they're a nightmare to deal with in the beginning, especially with Astra Militarum infantry.
Sir, your orders. Yes, Lord General.
This unit ended up inside a wireweed because there's no other room. They're gonna take a little bit of damage there.
For victory! Death to all his enemies! Yes, Lord General!
They're taking actually massive damage there. You can actually see the amount of damage the wireweed does if you mouse over the debuff. There's some crude hounds here. Our units are taking damage taking these outposts.
Reporting in.
We could disengage here,
We're ready, my lord.
or we can just go hard on that unit.
Reporting in.
This unit does need healing. Chimera will be up in a few turns.
Attention, men. For the Imperium.
Oh, 2
we
crude
go.
hounds. This might be ugly.
Reporting
You
in.
have to go for rapid fire here.
Point.
There might be even more of them. There's a research outpost here. Ruins of wall.
Sir, your orders.
Well, we can recruit hounds
We're ready, my
so they
lord.
don't damage us too much.
Yes, Lord General.
They have nothing else here, we might be fine here. Okay, we got a Chimera technology.
Reporting in.
And you can see a second box appeared here, which means there is another production building now in the city, which is the Manufactorum. It has its own production value and some other properties here. For 2 energy, it produces some ore, research, and has 6 production as well. And it starts with the Scout Sentinels. We did get a technology for Chimera. 40 ore to produce, 6 turns. Chimera is a transport vehicle. So right now we need more room. We are also going to start running out of energy. And I might as well get this tile here for hub block and the energy.
Sir, your orders. We're ready, my lord. Reporting in.
Doesn't look so good for these guys.
To the waypoint. Reporting in.
These guys are immune to Overwatch, so if you want to shoot, we better shoot now to weaken them. They maybe pull out.
Ready, my lord. We have our orders, men.
This unit might be dead. They're down to 3.1 health.
We're ready, my lord. Yes, my lord. Engaging.
Okay, continue with the tier 2 research called Mechanicus, so we can get another city. It's a good chance they're just gonna retreat here. Oh, he went around and he's gonna kill the unit. It's our first casualty. This is why it's important to explore with multiple units and not just 2.
We're ready, my lord. We comply. For victory! Death to all his enemies!
Losing that guardsman, we also make one more food here. You can see they have 6 movement, so it's very easy for them to get a drop on you.
For the Astra Militarum.
We'll go into the city. The city has a tile here, you can see. Twice the strength of the outpost bonuses. And every tile you wanna has 1 movement cost when you move into the city.
Sir, your orders.
So even if there's a river or a forest, it's all gonna be 1 movement. We need more room in this city, and we're gonna need more power. Get power here and get hub block here for more room. This is a building that increases the population limit in the city. There's an icon here on the ability here on the city which sets the rally point for the units. The units will move there. It will consume movement, but you will still be able to move them, because when they move for a rally point, does not count as you move them. So they lose some movement points, but you can move them again. Move them in this direction. The Chimera might be enough to help with the wildlife. Called Mechanicus technology. It's a building that produces tech priest engineers and research. On tier 3, gonna go for tank commander, our first vehicle hero, only vehicle hero. They get a high tier unit on for a level 3.
Sir, your orders. As ordered, redeploying.
That crew hound had that killed our infantry survived.
Chimera, ready for combat.
This is our first vehicle,
Chimera here.
Chimera. It has 7 armor. It's considered a tank. It's a transport tank vehicle. It has amphibious. This unit can move over water and ignores the penalties of rivers. So, special thing here. And is a mobile command here. Passive abilities work for cargo embarked on this transport. So basically, you can have the Lord Commissar in here with his passive abilities still working while inside the tank. That's a good transfer for the Lord Commissar. Can use his active ability, but his passive ability will work. Has 24 health, which is solid for vehicle, 7 armor. It's basically just that base, which is sturdy. It has a multi-laser, 3 damage, 3 attacks weapon, no armor penetration. It says heavy, but the vehicles negate the penalty for heavy and ordnance weapons. It has a heavy bolter, 2 damage, 3 attacks, 2 armor penetration. Very solid weapon. So 2 solid weapons at 2 range. And it has a Lasgen array, which is a manned weapon. It's kind of unique. So if there is a cargo inside, it actually gets additional weapons. It has 3 attacks times 2, and it has a rapid fire as well. I'm not even remember
ready,
if
my
I
lord.
ever used the Lasgen array.
Chimera here. To the waypoint.
So to use the cargo, you just send the units
We're
inside.
ready, my lord. Personnel carrier standing by.
A 6 accuracy. This is actually a pretty good rapid fire weapon. So it has solid weapons for such a low tier unit, and solid toughness. As it takes damage, it will not lose any firepower, but you might unload the cargo and then you lose the Lasgun array.
Destination confirmed.
There's some wildlife in this direction, so we're gonna go there. We're gonna get a Scout Sentinel, and we're gonna put the Manufactorum to sleep. We don't spend too much resources. This is a light armor walker unit specialized in reconnaissance. There's a Scout ability, which is a scan around them, and it has multi-lasers. Just a cheap, sturdy vehicle. It has it's a squad of 2, so they can lose firepower, unlike the Chimera.
Armored transport.
Chimera is nice because it has 4 movement.
Acknowledged.
So we drive there, and
Sir,
we can just
your
send one
orders.
infantry to
Forward
occupy
for the
this.
Emperor. Armored transport.
This unit loses movement when it unloads, but you can still use this action for attack or capture. Overwatch here on the neophytes. They haven't had a buff. It's gonna hurt. They got direct.
Personnel carrier standing by.
Deer Hunter, I checked and I remember who you are. Ace on Spitfire was your original name. Dropped a bomb back in the day as well. Much appreciated. So if you end up breaching the top 15 again, which is still not top 15 because it's actually moved up in the years, what name should I put there? Should I put your current name or the old name? In case you get back to top 15. I do remember you from back in the day, you were on top 10.
Chimera here. We're ready, my lord.
He asked me the same when I was on King Tide to Ace on Spitfire. Okay. So I'll use your original name then. Yoo-hoo. What the hell is that there, bro? Working panda.
Personnel carrier standing by. Personnel carrier standing by.
We do get experience for the units in the cargo. You do can see information here as well.
To attention, men.
Kill this heretic.
Suppressive fire. Armored transport. That's an affirmative, sir.
Okay, the crew hounds have escaped to the corner, probably to heal. They have infiltrated, so we can't overwatch them, so we'll open fire on the web gate.
Target in range. Firing.
You can see the multi-laser, you can see the heavy bolter, and you can see the last gun race.
To attention, men.
It's just the animation, useless. It's the same thing with the Marauder Bomber. It fires all weapons. It's, you know, small in the company.
Armored transport.
So a good thing with the transports are they are literally invaluable to the infantry. Invaluable, because you can do stuff like this. You can send the guardsmen into the transport.
To the waypoint.
And then you can move the transport.
Destination confirmed.
Or we get 23 influence. And then we can
To
still
attention,
unload the other guys inside.
For the Imperium. We
You have to be
come.
careful, there are 2 crew hounds. They can't do much to the tank, but they can kill the guardsmen. Okay,
We're ready, my lord. The enemies of man die this day.
we are getting a hub block and a Scout Sentinels, another vehicle.
Carrier standing by.
We'll open fire here.
Target in range. Firing.
I think this thing having cargo in there is pretty good for the attack. It's almost as having a. They're basically much just 6 last guns, right? I mean, for the starting 3 guardsmen is okay. And if you wanna, you know, try to get lucky, you can get a Lord Commissar and use it with the starting 3 guardsmen, but if the starting guardsmen die, you're actually going to lose it. So Tank Commander is a 3rd hero. It's the vehicle hero. Has a Lemon Rust Battle Tank. So it's a tier 3 hero, which actually gets a tier 6 unit. Pretty potent. We got a generator here, Plasma Ionizer, and we're getting hub block. We should expand as early as possible. Calp Mechanicus requires ore and energy. Gonna be our next building so we can expand.
Chimera here.
We should go after the crew hounds here.
Understood. Reporting in. Forwards for the Emperor.
So we can open fire. This actually just kills it. Wow. I guess it's outside the forest.
Give them what for.
Didn't expect it's just gonna be like that.
Reporting in.
These guys can just hold position here. We might get an Overwatch Neophyte hybrids. I guess it has a heavy bolter and multi-laser. Multi-laser is nasty if you have no armor. On a tier 3, there is other stuff here. But the most basic important stuff is the Sanctum Imperialis, which is a building that increases loyalty. As the city gets like towards 20 population, the loyalty starts to matter more. Yeah, Chimera is gonna be okay to clear this this basic stuff here.
Box open, sir.
Guess it has just that many attacks.
Shoot the bastards! To attention, men! For the Astra Militarum.
I've seen there was zone control blocking us there.
Personnel carrier standing by. We have our orders, men. Yes, Lord General.
Well, the guardsmen feel much better when there's a Chimera around for sure. Oh, hey there, friends. The Chimera does cost,
Sentinels are good to go, my lord.
they cost the same as the Sentinels.
Ready for action, sir. Armored transport.
The Sentinels are a little bit better, durability-wise, but they lose the firepower as they take damage, because there's a squad of 2. You do have the Scout,
Scanning for hostiles.
which is a free action, 3 turn cooldown, and you can see in a radius of 3. Kinda wish this was radius 4. Kinda wish this was radius 4. So this is a walker vehicle. Reduces the movement penalty in forest and imperial ruins. The tanks will have the penalty, they'll lose half the movement. It's open tipped, which is weak to some weapons. And it negates the movement penalty in forest and imperial ruins, because it's a scout sentinel. So walker reduces it, but this is negating because it's a type of unit. This one, it's basically still in the early game. We've been over-explaining. Got 4 Astra Militarum and Chaos Space Marines in this one. It's a little bit different. It's kind of like a standard setup, playing all on a very hard difficulty as well.
Ready for action, sir. There's no hiding from us.
The multi-laser has solid damage, solid amount of attacks, but it lacks armor penetration. And it just has average accuracy.
Scout walkers reporting.
These things do get much better with the levels, and if you have quests on the first quest improves their damage as well. Having a couple of these for later on also, it's nice just to have some scouts poking, and it also will give them 100 killer missile. They have 2 in the squad, so 2 missiles.
Reporting in. Chimera here.
This thing has a rapid firearm.
Reporting in. Armored transport. Transport underway.
Some will not get experience like this. Has to be within the 3 range.
For the Imperium, we go.
Yeah, I do like to get a couple of sentinels. If the quest was not as tedious, you know, it'd be nice to get it upgrade as well. If you had the quests on.
Reporting in.
They're better if you have quests on.
Armored transport. Weapons aligned. Sir, your orders. The enemies of man.
Yeah, another kill here. Chimera is level 2. It's turn 31, so it's still very early. This thing is healing 10%.
Scout walkers reporting.
I do love the fact that I can just move to cover.
Chimera here. That's an affirmative, sir.
This might be just clear here.
Sir, your orders. Reporting in for the Astra Militarum. Suppressive fire.
Hanging Roman, what happened to late night Fallout? I quit.
Engaging hostile unit.
Based on Gary won. I can see the last part of the playthrough and 10 minutes of the part before that, the last 10 minutes, and you'll get an idea what happened. It's just insanity happened. Okay, we should go deal with that.
Sir, your orders.
Chimera here. Acknowledged. Target in range. Firing.
Sir, your orders.
Ready for action, sir. As ordered.
So nobody here.
Engaging targets.
Chimera will be great against a lot of things. There are some single target hitters that can do quite a bit of damage. There's some Imperialis technology. It's a building that gives influence.
Ready for action, sir. Scout sentinels redeploying.
Let's secure the corner here.
For the Emperor.
I think they should give all the radius here.
Scanning for hostiles.
Nobody here.
Box open, sir. Transferring to new location.
Oh, where are you going, friend?
Engaging hostile units.
To attention, men. Forwards for the Emperor.
We need to retake this as well. Looks like we have nicely cleared this corner of the map. Well, trust me, Nero. You know I'm, don't like to disappoint, but there's nobody more disappointed than me. In Tier 4, there is the technology which makes the city able to expand on Radius 2. We only seen Radius 1. There's a Labor Core technology which is basically what we have in the city. Labor Core. So it's basically another, we can build another building production building. If you want to double the production on the buildings. There's like a edict for ore extractors. We only have one. Hotshot power packs are first weapon technology, which basically makes the last weapons have one armor penetration. Pearl Bastion allows the tech priest to build fortifications. The Tempest Science is just higher tier infantry. It's kind of like the Guardsman, just better. On tier 4, we definitely need substructure extension. And we are probably gonna need this 3 as well, but this one sooner than the other 2. This one is not that important. There's definitely time to get this one. Does produce other things, but the city ends up producing faster than growing. You could have a city next to an outpost which increase growth, and then it's good to get.
Yes, my lord. Scout sentinels redeploying.
Reporting in.
APC on the move.
Reporting in. Forwards for the
I don't know if
Emperor.
there's anybody here.
Ready for action, sir.
Yeah, we clear the corner here. We really need to get more cities now. This part of the map is safe. Oh shit, enslavers. Means the artifact is close. So they didn't enslave the unit. For some reason they did not decide to enslave the unit.
Personnel carrier standing by.
So this means there's an artifact close. And we can see Screamer pink here, which means chaos is in this area. The slaver moving here might be getting pushed.
To attention, men. Orders received and understood.
Transferring to new location.
Yeah, we're in the forest, so this thing will not open fire. If we don't open fire on it, there's a chance they might not open fire on us. It usually open fire as we take an outpost in its range.
Armored transport. Ready for action, sir. Looking for a better
So it looks
view.
like the corner is cleared here. Enslavers is a dangerous unit because they can just take control over your unit. They have to be in a certain amount of morale though. They cost fear, so they lower your morale per turn. If an enslaver is close, means artifact is close. There's always a one enslaver close to the artifacts. What happens if an enslaver enslaves Chimera? I don't think they can take a 9 morale Chimera. I've seen them enslave a 8 morale unit before. Okay, so you see the Imperial Bastion did not fire on us.
Personnel carrier standing by.
The Bastions will not fire on you, I think, if you don't fire on it, or you're standing an outpost next to it.
That's an affirmative, sir. Scout walkers reporting.
Okay, let's try to secure more outposts. Now we have Cult Mechanicus, which we can build tech priests, which can build cities. And we need more cities. More tiles. We have to be careful, cause we don't want to go in conflict with the Chaos Space Marines at this point.
Personnel carrier standing by. Understood. Sentinels here.
I think building a city up there makes the most sense.
Box open, sir.
But there's another encampment here.
We're ready, my lord.
Interesting. All this research, all this influence.
Yes, my lord. Looking for a better view.
It's too negative loyalty here. We don't need one loyalty building. I guess we should build it before we drop further. There's gonna be a food building here as well. Starting to lost all the food extra.
Box open, sir.
Bunch of crude hounds here and another influence outpost. We have a lot of influence.
Get them to back off.
Well, we could just kill this one here. But then they'll jump the infantry unit, so they're safe inside a tank.
Scout walkers reporting.
Getting multiple tank commanders. Has a lot of influence around. We've got technology, so we can expand now in radius 2, so this is what this means. Now the city can claim tiles in the radius 2. You have to first claim a tile adjacent to it though.
Sentinels here. There's no hiding from us. Scanning for hostiles.
Another outpost here. Looks like another recaf leaf.
Box open, sir. Get them to back off.
Sir, your
Kill
orders.
this one.
Yes, my lord. Engaging.
Okay, the Imperial Bastion. So, grants the tech priest initiatives an ability to build fortifications. It's what you see here. Heavily armored fortress with 3 heavy bolters.
Sentinels here.
A lot of wildlife. It is a shutter wall here.
Chimera here. Yes, my lord. Ambushing the enemy. Personnel carrier standing by.
We're ready, my lord.
Armored transport.
Sir, your orders. Forwards for the Emperor. Suppressive fire for the Astra Militarum. Yes, Lord General.
Okay. This is not really in the middle, but it's definitely in our zone here. Yeah, closing this area to the north makes a lot of sense. Shooting the Chimera. It's down now to 17 health. These things are shrouded.
Armored transport. Scout walkers reporting.
We're ready, my lord.
Oh, rapid fire here.
We will bring them death. Sir, your orders. Suppressive fire.
Armored transport. We'll deal with it, sir. Scout walkers reporting.
Let's take the Shadow Wall. It's 1 ore and energy per turn.
Looking for a better view.
We just met the Frenchman.
Yes, my lord. Engaging.
The Frenchmen are below us. They might be just scouting. The AI Astra Militarum likes to get a lot of heavy weapons teams from my experience. Don't have the military to deal with this. We haven't went with extra. We could get another shooter.
Yes, my lord.
We'll take damage, huh?
Scanning for hostiles.
But they have extra infantry here.
Sir, your orders. Suppressive fire.
Yes, my lord.
There's a bastion here.
There's no hiding from us.
We're ready, my lord. Charge men to victory.
Box open, sir. Get them to back off.
They have 3 guardsmen and Tempesto Science. They have Voxcast and Medipack. So they play with a lot of infantry. They only have resources to fight this side now. We want to try to expand 2 times.
Requesting attack priest, my lord.
Next city is 4040.
Coordinates plotted. Preparing this area for
We're gonna
battle
build it
offensive.
here. Be another tech priest as well. Chimera does have a heavy bolter. I'll get another scout sentinel here. We have enough ore.
Yes, my lord.
Reporting in.
We don't want to fight here because we'll just let it. Just gonna get flooded.
Yes, my lord. Ranging ahead. Yes, my lord. Engaging.
To attention, men. To attention, men. For the Astra Militarum.
So Frenchmen to the south, Marconos to the west. We have the corner though. We secured it. Now we just need to build some cities.
Yes, my lord.
We can go radius 2 here, huh? There's 10% more production here. It's good enough near. It has a heavy bolter. Most vehicles come with a heavy bolter. This is pretty much the same base, and it always comes with a heavy bolter. Then they put either other stuff on it, either a long-range gun, big turret, multi-laser, room for infantry, anti-air gun. So this base has a heavy bolter. The Chimera, the Hydra, the Basilisk, they have the same base.
Armored transport.
So just having a heavy bolt already with other ones, it's good enough.
Yes, my lord.
Let's see here. The options you can turn on the grid, so you can see the tiles better. I sometimes turn it on when I'm playing where to put a city. The Recap Leaf grants additional production to the adjacent tiles. Every outpost does something to the adjacent tiles, like the trader adds influence. The Ruins of Wall adds research.
Comlink established.
The minimal distance between the cities is 4. The Astra Militarum cities can expand a radius of 3. The cliffs can block the radius. I kinda like this spot here. You can put it adjacent so we can claim this one later. We have pretty much played with the options where it's very hard to get 2 outposts without one city. This could be good, but one is in radius 3. The research only matters in the early stages. This is a solid tile here as well. %20 more ore for the Basilica Administratum. That's a good amount of ore. And we can just claim the Recap Leaf immediately, right? There's a lot of green stuff here, there's gonna be a lot of food. There's also a couple of grasslands with rocks, which can also be for ore extractor. We need to build next to the outposts, and I think getting extra food and extra ore here is ideal. It'll be a little bit better here strategically if we come to a fight from the west. Start with additional tile here, additional building slot, and 10% more food. I talked about this at the start, alone yet. It seemed like the ideal setup for lots of infantry and then switch into the air, but we are also playing on very hard, and it's a large map. I like this slot here. Gives us an option to expand here as well to a very secure location.
Coordinates plotted.
This is not a really big deal not to claim. We can claim it for 2 ore extractors. So the next city costs 40 ore and 40 influence, and we're gonna build it here. Next to the outpost again. This one is a different one. This one, when claimed, will produce give additional 20% loyalty to the city from all loyalty sources. If you now mouse over the loyalty, it tells you that the city suffers -6 loyalty immediately from having 2 cities. Every city above the first city will cause every city to have -6 loyalty. So with 3 cities it's going to be -12. With 4 cities it's going to be -18. But you start with a 6 loyalty here on the Basilica Ministratum and launch of a lot of base resources. The Basilica Ministratum is the main reason to expand early, because there's a lot of outputs. And the loyalty up to 10, it's manageable, to negative to 10. You can always just build Sanctum Imperialis. Don't really need to build in the first 5 population, but as the population grows, you should be getting one. Positive loyalty is not critical unless it gets much larger, but negative loyalty becomes a problem as the city gets larger. So you want to stay closer to 0. Until the city gets very large, then you might consider adding a loyalty for just bonuses. Each positive is 1%, each negative is 2%. We'll be just claiming this style. It'll grant us 1.2 loyalty, right? It's only 2 turns. We don't want loyalty slowing down production. It's one thing slowing down resource outputs, but slowing down production, you know, gets you to the point where you might consider second labor core. So having 5 negative loyalty is still fine. Any more than that, try to get some more loyalty. Loyalty building is also more expensive than your usual buildings, from 30 to 50, and also double the energy. But getting seed number 2 and 3 earlier with this faction is great, because just this building alone pays for it. On a hard difficulty, you might need to get large military, so having 3 cities or even 4, it's unrealistic, because you're gonna have to put all that ore into producing buildings. So we'll claim this style and we'll build something here. Ore buildings are gonna be necessary. This is a good slot for a food building, it's 30%. So we'll claim this one and then we'll claim this one and get 2 ore buildings, because we're gonna need ore. Ore required to produce buildings and vehicles, because we're gonna have to increase the size of military. And we can't fall behind on ore production. If we do, we can build buildings, and then building extra cities is pointless if you can just keep buildings. The city itself is a unit with good weaponry, so it can easily defend itself. It has 64 health and 6 armor.
Sentinels here. Armored transport. Scout walkers reporting.
Let's heal this thing here. Right into the Overwatch arm. Guys, it's suicidal here.
Scout walkers reporting. Ambushing the enemy. Personnel carrier standing by.
We'll switch the rally point a little bit lower here. Actually, yeah, it's fine to go here. In tier 5, there are basilisks. And if the enemy has a lot of infantry, it's going to save our ass. If we see a big carpet of infantry approaching, we need a couple of basilisks.
action, sir.
Let's heal these units before we move again. We've seen these guys coming and they're clearing. They might just go north, right into our city. Might be just pulled into the combat here.
Chimera here.
Cities are negative for loyalty here. Still have 2 population to work. If by some reason you don't want a building to use population or your energy, you can turn it off. If you're done with research, you can just turn off this building. Free up population or other things. But you can't really remove the building. It's you know, strange. Another loyalty building here, playing ahead. Research is good, and oh, we met the Chaos Space Marines. We're trying to expand more. All these factions play with infantry. We might be a little bit in trouble if we go into a conflict, as you know, they might get more stuff early for us. Chaos Space Marines, Corn Berserkers, Chaos Space Marines, and the Chaos Spawn. Arconos is already spreading his filth here. We'll just disengage here. Disengage and hopefully they don't follow us. Conflict right now costs resources and we rather expand. In ore. I don't want to take priest to take the skull altar, so we're going to put it back here.
That's an affirmative, sir. Repositioning. Scanning for hostiles.
Sometimes disengaging drops their attention and they go somewhere else and give you know, get more time to build up. They're ahead of us a bit, especially because we're trying to, you know, close the gap. We don't have as much military to deal with them, but if they approach our cities, they'll get wrecked. Especially the city here, because it's in a good position to defend.
Ready for action, sir. Ready for action, sir.
Scout sentinels are nice to scout the perimeter.
Box open, sir. Transferring to new location.
Comlink established.
We are going immediately for city number 3, so we don't fall behind in this. If I build city here, we might draw attention, especially if they're close here. The best position would be in the corner. Look at this style here, 30% food, 10% ore, 20% research next to a research outpost.
What do you require?
It's probably best to just stick to the corner so you don't aggro.
Comlink established.
1, 2, 3, 4. 3, 4. This city is out of the harm's way here. We could also just build a city like here, try to use its weapons to help, or here. But so having a city next to an outpost is preferable. This is still part of a mega city here, so we'll get a city here. This is gonna be number 3 city, and we're gonna leave it at that, unless we get access to a lot more resources. After this, it's military. But this is already gonna cost us a lot of ore.
Scout walkers reporting.
Give me another tech priest and put the building to sleep. We're gonna get the next one for support, repair vehicles and build fortifications. So we got the technology for Basilisk, long-range artillery tank unit. It's basically same base as Chimera, but instead of having a multi-laser, lasgun array, and cargo hold, it has a big stick, long-range cannon. It's one of the longest range weapons in the game.
Sentinels here.
It has a minimal range also because of that.
Looking for a
We'll be
better
poking
view.
here to see where exactly it could be.
Arrival is imminent.
So it is also on the cliffs here.
Box open, sir. Ready for action, sir.
Let's see if they clear this this thing here. It's gonna be a buffer here for us. We see the outpost here, but they might not have the city.
Box open, sir.
To attention, men!
There's an Umbra here and it's taking heavy damage. We do want to proceed into the next tier, I think. Let's see. Nothing needed on the first two tiers. Yeah, get the recover gear. This is the thing that makes most sense as a second technology, which increases the healing rate on ground vehicles, minimizes the downtime if we have suffered damage. It looks like that the Umbra has been heavily damaged, but they haven't touched the fortress. We could interfere here. Just kill the Umbra. This thing might not be strong enough to defend this.
Personnel carrier standing by. Sentinels here. As ordered.
If we don't interfere here, they'll just clear it and they might attack us then.
What do you require?
Next hit is 80-80.
Executing.
Okay, and that's city number 3. I'll claim the research tower immediately. Now we are suffering 12 loyalty penalty to every city because we have 3 cities. We should have just enough resources for this. We don't want to keep building more cities. It also lowers the value of the Basilica Militarum because we start with immediately -7. Next city would actually cripple things, and there's no way we have a resource to build everything.
Armored transport. Ready for action, sir.
Orders received and understood.
Armored transport. Yes,
Let's
my lord.
just poke here.
There's no hiding from us.
This one is doing a little bit of scouting. Civitus Polypus Anti-Marcona Strategy Center. Okay. This city we want to generate some ore here with the initial buildings. Then we're gonna have to get some other stuff, like loyalty. I have some Overwatch here, but they might have numbers. I guess they might have like 7+ units if they haven't lost anything. Is that Chaos Spawn? Forest is kind of hard, and it rolled what it rolled here. Marcus Lanesh, more attacks. I'm gonna avoid the thing there. There's also an enslaver nearby. This is bad news for us, so we just disengage.
Armored transport. Acknowledged.
We're ready, my lord. Orders received and understood.
As ordered. Scanning for hostiles.
We'll still open fire here as we retreat.
Scout walkers reporting.
Doesn't look like there's anything here.
Scanning for hostiles.
They're just taking the outpost and left. The Chaos Spawn, it has the mutated beyond reason, changes mutations every turn.
Sir, your orders.
They get closer, we'll be able to attack with the city. Don't want a direct confrontation here, they outnumber us and they have stronger units.
Sentinels here. Sentinels here. Ranging ahead.
So nothing is here.
My lord. Repositioning.
They're moving around here.
We're ready, my lord. For the Imperium, we go.
Chimera here.
Where's the Chimera? And we need more tiles here. Power is gonna start dropping again. We probably start making basilisks. They have additional infantry armor. These guys are heavily armored. Basilisks cost more than the other two tanks we have, 50% more.
Yes, my lord. Looking for a better view.
As ordered.
We'll have Overwatch ready if they get closer.
Yes, my lord. Looking for a better
Can I grab this outpost before we go back north? Need more tiles here. Research is good because we claimed a research tile there, even without getting a second research building. Hey, Blacksmith. We can harass those berserkers so they don't easily destroy that place.
Ready for action, sir.
Let's take this.
Armored transport.
These things do have bolt pistols.
Sir, your orders. The enemies are
Their armor is just unreal compared to our shit.
Chimera here. Destination confirmed. Looking for a better
They get
view.
close, there's an Overwatch here. Serious Overwatch.
Personnel carrier standing by.
We're gonna need power. How's the population looking? 9 out of... We're getting cavalry buildings built up. Get a hub block as well. They all have artifact. Yeah, they have damage, which makes them more dangerous. Old one artifact plus 10% more damage. The Overwatch here. It looks like the thing might still be standing. This garrison might be dead. Less close. They did have the grenades, frag grenades. They're going with heavy infantry play.
Sir, your orders.
Personnel carrier standing by. Understood. Give them what for.
We killed the berserkers here.
Yes, my lord. Looking for a better view. Scanning for hostiles.
Something from below.
Sentinels launching attack run.
Berserker is down to 1.7 health.
Armored transport.
To attention, men! Orders received and understood.
We just lost the guy that was needed to kill this unit.
The enemies of man die this day!
Ready for action, sir. Armored transport.
Yeah, this is negative 8 loyalty. Can't have that. Tier 6, sorry, 11 as well. Think research is quite nice. 6 turns for tier 6 technology. Quite nice. And we get some research from buildings, 1 research building and the research outpost. And 3 cities, of course. Single retreat, but I'll see if they send more stuff here. If we prevent them from destroying that place, might have been worth it. Wow, this guy's barely survived. Chaos Space Marines are really tough.
My lord.
Sir, your orders!
Their transfers to protect them.
Personnel carrier standing by. Acknowledged.
Another Berserker. Chainsword is bad news.
Chimera here. Target in range. Firing.
Yes, my lord. Arrival is imminent.
So this is the Imperial Bastion. 40 ore to build. We can build one every 5 turns.
Receiving you loud and
There's a
clear.
strong point here. Has 3 heavy bolters, 10 armor, 32 health. Pretty sturdy, especially against infantry early on.
Scout walkers reporting.
Good way to prevent getting overrun by the infantry. 3 range infantry might be a problem, but that's why we have basilisks.
Yes, my lord. Sentinels moving out. As you command, my lord. Sentinels here. Ranging ahead.
8.8 negative loyalty. We need some Imperials here. We are all of a sudden running out of ore. This is what happens to get into war. We're also building in 3 different cities. There's more those warp talons. They do look similar to the Chaos Space Marines icon. Ooh, they looks like they're getting shot at by heavy bolters. But the forest still stands there. It's good.
Personnel carrier standing by. Imperial Bastion reporting.
Okay,
Reporting, my lord.
we have to withdraw this.
Acknowledged.
Unload the infantry into the city.
Box open, sir.
To attention, men!
Yes, my lord. I will heal the machine spirit's pain.
Berserkers are trouble. I will stick to the this area here.
Sentinels here.
I have to kind of go around here.
Yes, my
If
lord.
they get closer, they might get into range of the crack missile launchers of the city. Hey, bolters are very good against the infantry early on.
Ready for action, sir.
No casualties against the Chaos Space Marines yet. And they're moving forward. It's gonna be easy kill. Oh shit, they got autocannons. Yeah, this is why we need basilisks. Hawks are trouble. They don't give a shit about fortifications.
Yes, my lord. Receiving you loud and clear. Sentinels here. Ready for action, sir.
Havocs are vulnerable to any attacks though. They're only 3 guys. Still in really big armor.
Receiving you loud and clear. Yes, my lord.
I'm gonna take a damage in wire width here. There's 6 armor to protect us. You can see the wire width damage here. It's a template with 12 accuracy. 2 armor penetration, 3 damage. 2 vehicles in a squad should be fine. This is deadly to infantry, especially in low armor.
Sentinels here.
Don't have enough to finish it off here now.
Standing by.
The machine does not hesitate.
Maybe we have enough on the Chimera. Still not enough.
Your command. I will heal the machine spirit's pain.
Personnel carrier standing by. Shoot the bastards!
I want to damage those Hawks there
For the Emperor!
before they get reinforced.
Scout walkers reporting. Ranging ahead.
A couple of damage units there. The units are not cheap. The units are not cheap, and if they take damage, I'll not be able to easily replace them.
Sentinels here.
Another Hawk. It's ugly.
Scanning for hostiles. Engaging target.
We need basilisks. Give me another Manufactorum. We can double the production on the vehicles. We have enough ore for several basilisks. Oh, those guys are dead. Those autocannons hit really hard. Just lost one of the sentinels.
Sentinels here. Yes, my lord. Repositioning. Scanning for hostiles.
What is this game? It's a free-for-all for Astra Militarum, 1 Chaos Space Marines on very hard.
Yes, my lord. Engaging.
What do you require?
I think this Chimera needs to buy some time here.
Your command. I will heal the machine spirit's pain.
That's an affirmative, sir.
The Enslaver here. Can we drop one of the autocannons? We can.
Shoot the bastards!
One of the autocannons down. Autocannons are the stronger heavy bolters. We can have let them on the full firepower there. Holy shit, the autocannons eat the sentinels for breakfast.
Armored transport. That's an affirmative, sir.
Your command. I will heal the machine spirit's pain.
They do have one more bolts, so they have more armor piercing
Reporting,
already.
Lord.
Getting a Basilisk next turn. This opening is pretty good. It could be a little bit more optimized. You could get this second city, third city a few turns earlier, maybe.
Smarten up. Commander is voxing in.
Yeah, we do have Blood Blessing for 10 turns.
Sentinels here.
Your command. I will heal the machine spirit's pain.
Acknowledged.
Yeah, this is important. Razz them so they don't destroy this. Enslaver has taken their Chaos Cultists. They're very weak to Enslavers.
Commander is boxing in.
This is a long-range artillery. There's a heavy bolter, same as the Chimera. It's the layout at the bottom, and there's the big gun on the top. And the big gun is the Earthshaker cannon. It's basically a better battle cannon, but it has a minimal range, but also has a very long range. We got our first big stick.
Basilisk, awaiting coordinates.
What's special about this weapon is Barrage. Does not require line of sight, but cannot overwatch. There's a large blast. Blast weapons are deadly to infantry. All the squad members get hit. And Ordnance has increased armor penetration against vehicle fortifications. But these weapons are basically versatile, both against armor and against infantry. Cannons. One won't do much, but will slow them down. Two can make all the difference. Three will start to just slowly kill them. And as they get experience, which is kind of tricky on these units because of 6 range, you need to make sure that this unit is the killer, which it's kind of tough on the squad units because they are usually the ones that initiate damage and then they get killed by something else. You remember the experience is assigned in a radius of 3. This gun has range up to 6. So sometimes the Basilisks don't get experience because of this, unless they're the killer.
Right, lads, got our coordinates. Fire!
We are harassing them so they don't clear this place.
Armored transport. Target in range. Firing.
Well, that Howard got wrecked.
Scout sentinels redeploying.
They still have very tough armor. They're in the forest.
Ready for action, sir.
What do you require?
Keep producing Basilisks. They won't win wars, but they will defend us as we build up. Oh, they just lost Hawk. What was this color scheme again? I forgot what was the name of it.
Personnel carrier standing by. Repositioning. Chimera here.
What do you require?
We can still afford the next city, but the loyalty hit is too much. The base resource on this building will just drop too much. It's possible to push this, but building in 4 cities and getting some military out, it's unrealistic. Maybe once we get a couple more ore extractors. Karkstone? Yeah, I think it was Karkstone.
Basilisk crew reporting in. Sentinels here. Providing fire support.
Yeah, we got the enslavers down.
Basilisk awaiting coordinates.
We could have gotten experience on the Basilisk if we moved it closer. You know, it's an oversight. Dear Hunter, how drunk are you?
Just give us a target. Of course, moving.
This is a good buffer here. We'll let him have that.
Comlink established.
Box open, sir. Ready for action, sir. APC on the move.
We're ready, my lord. For the Imperium, we go!
I will heal the machine spirit's pain.
Yeah, like I said, it just builds up shit ton because we got those bases. We have also 3 cities which also generate 6 base. This type of expansion is quite important to get right, so you can actually keep up. This is -3 loyalty right now. Much more bearable. Early heroes of that to do, yeah, that's pretty much what it mostly comes from, early heroes. Let's go for a big picture here. Improve our casings, increase the damage on the blast weapons. It's 1 more AP, right? What is the then AP on this thing? 4. Yeah, it helps against Chaos Space Marines. Commonating is great as well. Increases the range damage reduction of ground vehicles. It's 70% range damage reduction. It looks like this place will defend now.
Sentinels here. Scout sentinels redeployed.
Let's see where that artifact is. They might have taken it from the other side.
Scanning for hostiles.
Oh, there it is. Damage artifact. We need it.
Smarten up. Commander is boxing in. Bossless crew moving out.
Warp talons.
This is it.
Those are demons. Hard to kill.
Ready for action, sir. Personnel carrier standing by.
Sir, your orders.
Destination confirmed.
We need to fight them off here so they didn't start that place. Or Hawks.
Imperial Bastion reporting.
This is the Omnissiah's will. Preparing this area for
This, so we have 3 range here without a cover. Yeah, the warp talons are nasty. They're demons, so they get 30% mobility damage reduction. They have massive armor. They can morg. I guess the energy makes sense in this city as well. I mean, hub blocks as well. Food is looking good because the solid cities and grasslands. I went with a more standard setup. Instead of, you know, trying again with the other one. This is an in-depth game where we are talking more about things. And it's 4 Astra Militarum and 1 Chaos Space Marines on a large map. A very hard difficulty. A couple of basilisks will be able to fight off the Chaos Space Marines.
Yes, my lord.
Make sure not take too much damage.
Comlink established. Coordinates plotted. Initiating.
We need to secure the area here, clear the obstacles. And one way to do it is by building a forward Imperial Bastion.
Personnel carrier standing by.
Smarten up. Commander is boxing in.
Scout walkers reporting. As ordered.
Bossless going coordinates. That looks like a good location.
Hawks are our primary targets for basilisks.
Fire the main battery.
We can let Hawks run around with full health.
Chimera here. Transport underway.
Sir, your
Box open, sir. Target in range. Firing.
We're slowly
To attention,
damaging
men.
their morale.
To the waypoint!
Comlink established.
They get closer, we have heavy bolter overwatch here.
Maskless crew reporting in.
Charge, men! To victory! Fixed bayonets!
Weakening that havoc there. We only lost one Skull Sentinels to the Chaos Space Marines. Yeah, he's expanding and building mass units at the same time because of the very hard. Well, we have to limit ourselves on the military while expand so we can keep up. Just lost the guardsmen. Big, no biggie. That is the Chaos Space Marines. They eat guardsmen for breakfast.
Comlink established.
Name your request.
No Marconos allowed.
Comlink established. I will heal the machine spirit's pain.
For the Astra Militarum!
Name your request. Reporting enemy resistance.
Yes, my lord.
Just have rope talons.
We're ready, my lord!
Scary, scary stuff.
Fixed bayonets!
Chimera here. Get them to back off.
So we're dealing with one Berserkers, Warp Talons, very similar units. One Hawks and two Tactical Space Marines. They got extra infantry armor.
Smart enough. Commander is boxing in.
This is a good damage there.
As you command, my lord.
Basilisks bully infantry. Just make sure to apply the right pressure. We got a second Manufactorum, which doubles the production on the Manufactorum so we can produce vehicles twice as fast. We can also now produce a Lemon Rust Bell tank, a more expensive tank, but worth it, especially with extra firepower. But we also have to keep in mind we are building in 3 different cities, not to go too crazy with vehicles. Get a Shine of the Aquila so we can get Tank Commander out. Influence 1 loyalty. It's still keeping up with the construction costs, that's what matters. Didn't overdo it.
Yes, my lord.
This one's need repairing. We'll just use natural repair here. City has double healing rate, so instead of 10% per turn, it's 20% per turn. There are only Scout Sentinels as well, though the first one got killed by the Chaos Space Marines. Destroyed. And the Warp Talons do massive damage, even damaged. The Guardsmen have no chance against the Chaos Space Marines, they literally just die. It's shots. We lost our last Guardsman.
Imperial Bastion reporting.
They're in line of fire here.
Awaiting coordinates. That looks like a good location.
We got to 2 range, so we get a heavy bolter fire as well.
Let him have it. Name your request. We will not yield a single inch. Reporting, my lord. Target sighted. Defending territory.
The next Basilisk is 1 turn. Put it here.
Yes, my lord.
Need to clear these obstacles here.
Arrival is imminent.
Know what's ahead.
Preparing this area for further development.
The forests, Imperial ruins, they give a range damage reduction to infantry, and heavy bolters hate infantry, and they also hate forests and Imperial ruins.
Personnel carrier standing by.
Yeah, clearing tiles is worth it, but I'm not sure if it's worth it to the point where we put our only tech priest into harm's way.
Your command.
You got it, sir. Engaging hostile unit.
Their Faisal says, I got short campaign victory as Warriors of Chaos tonight, working on long victory now. Nice. One of the few madmen around that's plays Warriors of Chaos before Warhammer 3.
Basilisk crew reporting in.
Let's use the heavy bolter as well.
Fine, my lord. Engaging targets. Reporting, my lord. Engaging targets, my lord. Basilisk awaiting coordinates.
Weakening them so they don't gang up on us is more important than actually trying to get a kill.
Let him have it.
They managed to clear that place though, so they can now go from this side here. Half of this area is protected by wirewood, so should
Name
be
your
fine.
request. Box open, sir.
Your command. Preparing this area for further development.
I'm not sure the Chimera will survive here. Might move in with quite a bit of damage.
Give him what for.
I think we were good for one more turn. Okay, get another Basilisk. We can build Basilisk now in 4 turns. And they're sending more troops from the north. You don't need really need the Lemon Rust Bell tanks when you have Imperial Bastions and the Basilisks.
What do you require?
This might be the end of this unit, but it's important to clear this forest.
Preparing this area for further development.
Basilisk awaiting coordinates. Firing on your coordinates. Imperial Bastion reporting. Smarten up. Commander is marked.
The Chaos Space Marines are no problem for the Basilisk to shoot at.
Receiving you loud and clear. Scout walkers reporting.
Guys have repaired.
Ranging ahead. Basilisk crew reporting in. Chimera here.
We had to pull out a Chimera. This unit looks like it's gonna die. I think it's greedy to pull out Chimera because they're gonna go kill this unit, right? Better Chimera to get destroyed than the Tech Priests here. Tech Priests are more expensive.
Box open, sir.
At least we managed to clear this area from the line of fire. We can hold this spot here and we still have good range to fire. Yeah, we need to keep the Hera and the Chimera in the harm's way.
Chimera here. We see him, sir. Open it up.
Otherwise the Tech Priests are gonna be get killed.
Basilisk awaiting coordinates.
The possibility they're both dead. I think just Chimera will get destroyed and this will live. It would be too great to think the board can live. Commoneting grants vehicles range damage reduction 70%. We'll get that next. Don't have to go into extra armor, which takes a bit longer. We got another Chaos Spawn. The Chaos Spawns are pretty fast. Look at that speed 7. They got Slanesh as well. Oh man, they got Corn Berserkers as well. So they had everything here. That was demoralizing. I go with Chaos Sorcerer, sir, and Infernal Dominance. As long as Infernal Dominance. Composition, whatever is called, is available. Preferably Hell Cannons. They're pushing.
Ready for action, sir.
They're currently a little bit demoralized here.
Basilisk crew reporting in.
Losing the Tech Priest was definitely first big loss.
Receiving you loud and clear. Reporting enemy resistance.
Reporting, my lord. Target sighted. Defending territory.
Yeah.
Basilisk crew reporting in. Let him have it.
Let's keep weakening the units here.
Basilisk crew reporting in. Right, lads. Got our coordinates. Fire.
Their melee units actually quite deadly even to basilisks.
Sentinels here. Sentinels here. Yes, my lord. Scanning for hostiles.
And they're trying to kill 2 units here.
Scout walkers reporting. Yes, my lord. Engaging.
Losing 3 power, huh? Get 1 power building here. I have a minimal investment because we're in with 3 cities. They probably have 3 cities as well. They're just rotating units at this point. Cleaning that forest was critical, I think. They can actually keep fighting here. Would be nice if we manage to clear this one as well. They have 10% damage. We'll try to ninja it with sentinels.
Ranging ahead. Imperial Bastion reporting. This is it. Aim and fire. Artillery on the way. Right, lads. Got our coordinates. Fire.
And the next Basilisk in 1 turn.
Name your request.
Oh, the Basilisk got level up. 5% more damage. Morale hard demoralize. This thing is ready next turn. Does this mean it's going to pop the buff for the same turn as the unit gets up?
Basilisk artillery piece has been delivered.
Yeah, the Blood Blessing was at the same time. So we need targets for the basilisks. It's everything is clear right now.
Yes, my lord.
Scout Sentinels with Scout, I guess, will give us the target.
Basilisk awaiting coordinates. Yes, my lord.
Yeah, we got a target. Because these things cannot overwatch with the Earthshare can only with a heavy bolter, and it's not usually healthy for them.
I see command, my lord. I see command, my lord.
3 basilisks enough to butcher infantry. Yeah, we really need a dormitory here. Get attacked from the south, more basilisks will help, because this guy's got a lot of infantry. You probably should get more scout sentinels as well. See, the warp talons can mess up the basilisk. 9 damage is just one attack. 4 armor penetration.
Just give us a target. Just give us a target. This is it. Aim and fire. That looks like a good location. Let him have it. Reporting, my lord. Engaging targets, my lord.
This is a pretty good way to cripple their infantry.
Repositioning.
Could have gotten that earlier. We might have even killed that unit if I didn't win this first. No, wrong order reactions, right? I could have killed that unit if I taken that damage buff first. 10% more damage. Yeah. Okay, let's get our first hero, tank commander. It was a definitely late one, but we went with 3 cities. We're going to need to get more ore production. Let's make sure everything gets damaged here.
Aim and fire. Of course, moving. Reporting, my lord. Basilisk, awaiting coordinates. Name your request. Basilisk crew reporting.
Get rid of those hawks. It was 30 food and 30 ore.
Receiving you loud and clear.
No more colonels allowed. Position is beautiful. Just because the wire with is at 2 range.
Sentinels here.
Trying to heal this unit, huh?
There's no hiding from us.
Medium pipes.
Scanning for hostiles.
These 3 are trying to heal here. Let's interrupt this.
Sentinels here.
Somehow they've taken the L1 artifact, but they've ignored the permitted relay pipes. We're gonna need more ore. This is a good place for ore. There's overflow. Warp talents. Come on, Edding. This adds extra damage reduction to the vehicles. Range damage reduction. With their armor, it's pretty nice.
Yes, my lord. Looking for a better view.
Let's take that energy if they don't want.
Basilisk, awaiting
We're going their friend around. Looks like we got their main attention right now.
Basilisk, awaiting coordinates. Just give us a target. On the double.
Picking these units so they don't recover the city there.
Receiving you loud and clear.
There's a strong defensive point here. A couple of basilisks do wonders against infantry. Yeah, we need population here. Good night, sir. Commander is 7 turns. Basilisk next turn. We're gonna have to slow this down. We just can't keep producing units. More ore. Right now, let's get the extra vehicle armor, +1 armor for vehicles. They have a lot of infantry. Been making also more warp talents.
Basilisk artillery piece has been delivered. command, my lord. Right, lads.
Make sure the units are damaged.
Just give us a target. That looks like a good location.
I might be able to get rid of this one. It's broken.
Smarten up. Commander is boxing in. Name your request. This land is the
Oh, level 3 on Elich's big stick.
Just give us a target. Scout walkers reporting. Sentinels moving out.
Got a strong defensive spot here. Getting a new tech pretty soon.
Just give us a target. Engaging targets. Just give us a target. Receiving you loud and clear. Scout walkers reporting. Yes, my lord.
So nothing is in this forest right now.
Scanning for hostiles.
This one is on trying to heal there.
Name your request.
Now that we have the damage, artifact makes all the difference.
Just give us a target. Imperial Bastion reporting.
We need to get in the range so this unit gets experience.
Moving to new firing location. Imperial Bastion reporting. Basilisk crew reporting in. Smarten up. Commander is boxing in. As you command, my lord.
Just still a bunch of infantry. This place start producing some other stuff. We don't need food. Research is solid. We don't need influence. We need ore. Just need ore, you know. Gotta get them tank up and running. Still get some more production here. Oh, they just got a city just below us here. So it looks like our primary enemy here, guys. Trying to destroy this fortress here. Shit ton of infantry, but most of it's damaged. Their morale is currently pretty bad.
You requested a tech priest, my lord. By the Emperor it shall be done.
It's 3, this is 2.
Preparing this area.
Need to clear the
for
styles.
Imperial Bastion reporting. Target sighted. Defending territory. Yes, my lord. Engaging targets.
When it's done, they cannot capture the outpost because we have a bastion next to it.
Basilisk crew reporting in.
More warp talents are coming.
Scout walkers reporting. Right, lads. Got our
Getting hit by a
coordinates.
full
Fire.
strength warp talents is out of the question.
Basilisk crew reporting in.
Give them a low morale, I like that.
Basilisk awaiting coordinates.
Chaos Spawn is hard to
Receiving you loud and
demoralize.
clear. This land is the Emperor's. Basilisk crew reporting in.
And the morale is pretty bad right now. This fortress is nearly destroyed, so they'll recover it. Let's get another tech priest. Gonna start running out of energy again soon. Our capital seems to be the best spot for extra energy right now. Thing is going down. Get outnumbered here, and now we lost morale. And the outpost. How fast this can turn against you.
Your command.
Now this outpost here, we have to pull back.
Ready for action, sir.
Yes, my lord. Initiating construction.
Yeah, forward Imperial Bastion to buy some time in this area.
Just give us a target. Of course, moving. Let him have it. Just give us a target.
Swap towns are the main problem here.
Reporting, my lord. Engaging targets, my lord. Smarten up. Commander is boxing in. A good plan, my lord. This is it. Aim and fire.
Two Hawks here. Now that's down to one.
Sentinels here. Basilisk awaiting coordinates. Basilisk crew moving out. Firing on your coordinates.
Again, dropping morale again. This one is repairs.
Ranging ahead.
I think anybody's there.
Imperial Bastion reporting.
That's a weird name, but I will allow it. More ore production here. And more ore production here. I need to get more energy. Oh, they're going aggro here. Can't let them recover morale anymore. Man, that Basilisk nearly got destroyed. This is bold.
Basilisk awaiting coordinates.
Yeah, Schmeckens, this is Astra Militarum, aka Imperial Guard. We're fighting the Chaos Space Marines.
Receiving you loud and clear. Receiving you loud and clear.
Can't have this thing in the city.
Ready for action, sir.
Went forward instead of going back to heal. Very bold.
Yes, my lord. The machine does not hesitate.
Basilisk awaiting coordinates. A good plan, my lord.
This thing is very hard to kill here. Oh, that's in the city.
Firing on your coordinates. Receiving you loud and clear. Basilisk crew reporting in. A good plan, my lord.
I think Basilisk is for a
Yes,
moment.
my lord. I will heal the machine spirit's pain.
Basilisk awaiting coordinates. Smarten up. Commander is boxing in.
We have to get rid of this, we can't have this here.
Engaging targets. Basilisk command, my lord. Receiving you loud and clear. This land is the Emperor's.
Armor for that unit.
Smarten up. Commander is voxing in.
Back to the city with this one, it's in harm's way.
Commander is voxing in. On the double.
We'll just pull the basilisks back for now.
Reporting, my lord. Just give us a target. Right, lads. Got our course.
They're mainly infantry, so the basilisks are causing a lot of damage as blast weapons. But they made us retreat here. Getting a tank commander in 2 turns. It's a assault tank. Their hunter is drunk.
Receiving you loud and clear.
Tank commander is up next turn and will get the skull altar.
Comlink established. Coordinates plotted. I will heal the machine spirits.
Well, we did destroy a lot, but they just keep expanding into us. We have to kill them, I guess, faster.
Just give us a target. Receiving you loud and clear. Basilisk crew.
This is experience here, we don't want to miss out. Get into range for the experience.
Basilisk crew moving out. Receiving you loud and clear.
The Basilisk is level 5. 2 are level 5 now.
Basilisk awaiting coordinates. Basilisk awaiting coordinates. Just give us a target. Target confirmed. Let him have it. Name your request. Engaging targets, my lord.
Would I start this one with this? Yeah. Yes, could have damaged one of these ones here and start this one here, but I guess this one is still on Overwatch.
I have come to guide our armor to victory!
Okay,
Commander,
tank commander is here. The first thing you want to do is visit the shop.
Imperial Bastion reporting. Smarten up. Commander is voxing in. Artillery on the way. Tank commander ready. We will crush them with Imperial steel. This land is the Emperor's.
They don't really care about things dying around the berserkers.
Comlink established. By your will, I will heal the machine spirit's pain.
Just give us a target. Smarten up. Commander is voxing in.
This thing is also quite tanky.
Basilisk awaiting coordinates. On the double.
You need to also clear this one and make sure they don't take the alpha for wait too long.
Sentinels here. Basilisk awaiting coordinates. Of course.
Nothing is ending here. There's one on very low health.
Let him have it. Let him
Because
have
spawns are
it.
vulnerable to artillery. Growing again. Get loyalty building. And now get more power, a lot more power. This is a new one, Archmagons. It 85 turns, nobody dead yet. It's interesting that we are the ones primarily dealing with the Chaos Space Marines here. But we got Basilisk on time. Yeah, let's use the shop. So when you get into the shop, there's this button here, shop. And there are items in the shop here, various types. There are 3 tiers of items. Normal items, white. You get the uncommon items or tier 2 items in teal. And you get the special items or tier 3 items in purple here. The items offer various things, passive buffs to the hero, active abilities, even resource generation. The items benefit more for melee characters than range characters, but there's still some range character stuff. So Armor plus Bracer here gives +1 armor, pretty basic, 40 influence. We've been saving influence for a while so we can get any items we want. Tank Commander has 10 armor, so unless dealing with the high armor penetration things, not really bothered by the damage, but it still helps. It makes it that really durable, so even against tougher stuff, because there's weapons that will do damage. The Blind Grenade is one of the active abilities. As a 1 charge, you just blind a unit for 2 turns, free action, a 1 use item. Combat Stimulant, again, 1 use item, give damage for 2 turns. Entropic Locum, an item that increases armor penetration. Also another thing to keep in mind, you can only, one of the items will be active. If you get 2 of these, only 1 works. There's Omniscope here, a nice one for Tank Commander, +1 range and accuracy, so you get more damage on all the weapons, because it is average accuracy otherwise. There's the Power Bolus, another active item that has just charge. You use it once, blows the movement. So you have 3 different ones, you have the movement one, you have the damage one, and you have the accuracy one, 1 use. I'm not a fan of the 1 use items, 1 charge items. There's the recovery package, also 1 use, 1 charge item. It will just heal the hero by 25% hit points instant. Sometimes can make all the difference. You know, either save the hero from certain death, or bite another turn, or just eliminate downtime. There's a temporary shield, another 1 charge item. For 2 turns you get 2 armor. On the next tier of items, there is the Adamantium Vest, costs twice as much as the +1 armor 1, you get +2 armor. It stacks with the +1 armor 1, so you can get +3 total armor, which is quite nice. Some heroes, there's a nice option here for just more toughness. The special thing about the heroes also is they get the hero damage reduction. So on top of their armor, they also reduce damage even further. In a way it stacks, but you're still gonna take some damage. The next hero of this type costs 100% more. That's what it means, 100% duplicate cost. So get an armor here, got another charge item here. This one is a Blind Grenade, causes damage. Could be usable since a free action can make a difference. Concealed weapon system, this is a very nice one. Just increase all your attacks by 25%. So, for example, the Tank Commander has a Bell Cannon and a Last Cannon. They're basically big weapons, usually to shoot big things. These weapons have one attack. They currently to 1.2 because of the buff, so not very good at dealing with squads. The last cannon, but does big damage to one thing. Increasing attacks, well, do more attacks, can hit more targets, more damage. The battle cannon does have large blast, so it's even better with more attacks. So makes the concealed weapon system the best item for the tank commander. There is endurance implant, which just passive one grants 1 movement. Glorious command gives morale, restores the morale of the just allied units. Its cooldown can be used every 5 turns. There's a lightning gauntlet, which will give plus 50% damage to next melee attack every 3 turns. There's a man catcher here. Basically, it's kind of like the power bolus, except it doesn't have a charge. It has a cooldown. Lowers the movement. There's a power gauntlet here. Just increase passive damage on melee damage 25%. There's a stun grenade. Has a 1 charge. Makes the unit stunned. For 1 turn they won't be able to move or do action. Volcanic Shroud grants 25% witch-fire damage reduction. Very situational. There is the Zod High Jerkin for the heroes with low health. It gives you 3 more health and doubles the healing rate. Some heroes have as low as under 10 health, which makes them very squishy. And items like this with additional armor can make all the difference. Keep in mind, a hero can use 6 items, so I'll get plenty of room. And on to the higher tier items, the tier 3 ones. There is the Aegis Harness. Once every 3 turns, it will block psychic power. As you can see, the costs double. So the basic normal items are 40, the advanced ones are 80, and the big ones are 160. There's an Axe of Blind Fury. Basically hits 1 more target on the melee attacks, so kind of cleave effect. Dimensional Key. Once every 5 turns, you can teleport to an explode tile, which is one of the newer items. It's pretty sweet. There's a Dusk Blade. Grants lifesteal to melee weapons. There's the Folk Wing. It consumes an action but grants you 5 movement. There is the Forbidden Knowledge. It's a consumable which gives you just 1 level. There's the Jokero Digital Weapon. Free action every 3 turns, you get an attack. And I have to say, guys, comment on this one. This is one of those items which I have been kinda ignoring. I can totally see we ignore this one on a melee character that does a lot of damage and want to have a lot of toughness. But there's definitely characters, especially like the tank commander, like the even the Primary Psyker, where you can actually fit this, get a extra attack every 3 turns, which is a free action. So should definitely use it more on this type of characters. Sometimes I just go with just the passive effect, but on some heroes this is pretty good. I did use it on some of the heroes, but on a character like a Empire Captain, which is gonna go max toughness, unkillable, high damage, I can totally see you don't want it. But there's several heroes which I should use this more often. There is the Morning Blade of Lazarek. Grants armor penetration and damage to melee weapon. And there is the Scroll of Magnus. Grants research. And there is the Tunnelizing Icon. Grants influence. So since you have a lot of influence, and this character does cost 6 influence per turn, and we're gonna be starting losing influence as we expand more cities. I think the tunnelizing icon is one of the better items to get, especially because the game might last a while. So it will eventually pay for the hero cost in 50 turns, and starts to even pay for the hero and generates extra influence. I'll prefer to get tunnelizing icon, so I just generate influence, pay for the hero, and have extra influence. For this one specifically, since we might have limited room, I'll get 2 additional armor, so we are better against some bigger weapons. Concealed weapon system grants 25% more attacks. It's just, you know, make this guy into just more reliable damage dealer. It'll never be a Bam Blade, but it gets pretty good since it's a hero. Other than that, I want to play more with the digital weapon. So another attack every 3 turns, which we can use on a different target. And it'll probably get buffed by the concealed weapon system, which makes it even better. We have 2 more slots. I think accuracy, pretty basic one, +1 range accuracy. This hero does have access to currently 2 range weapons, and with technology we'll get even another range weapon, which is 2 more range weapons actually, 2 heavy bolters. This should also buff, I think, the Jokero weapon. So since we have saved a lot of influence, we go crazy here. So that's 5 artifact, we have 1 more slot. The Entropic Locum is great for the heavy bolters, which will be unlocked later. The current weapons do have pretty good armor penetration, but it will also help on the current weapons. So we got quite a sick setup here. Make this character a little bit over the top. This is 5 penetration, 6. It can go. This is actually 4 to 5 because improved frag racing. This is 6 to 7 once we get improved last weapons. And we'll get even 1 more armor penetration, which makes it better against armored units. And this unit will get additional heavy bolters, which also benefit from increased armor penetration. So we got it 1 more armor penetration, 1 more accuracy. I think the accuracy is huge actually on 4 weapons. We added additional attack, which we can use once every 3 turns. All the weapons have 25% more attacks. The unit itself is tougher. Its armor will go to 12, which is 2 more than needed, but anything that has 2 or less penetration will get max mitigated, and anything higher, this will come in handy against stronger units, so we can tank them better. And tunnelizing icon pays for this unit. It will pay for the upkeep of this unit, and it will start to generate influence. So if we decide to get another hero like this, it can do the same thing, because, you know, this things is a big purchase, all these items. And the next hero, as you can see here, costs 240 influence. So it's nice to think a little bit about the long term regarding influence, so you save it.
Name your request.
Other than this, the heroes in this game do come with a set of skills. The tank commander gets buffs for tanks. As a movement buff, damage buff, we currently don't have it. There is a roll over them. It's a big template damage for against squads, so if you want to roll over infantry. It has a smoke screen. So basically it has a damage buff for himself and the surrounding tanks. Movement buff for himself and surrounding tanks, and it has a smoke screen, a range damage reduction buff for himself and adjacent tanks, and it has a roll over them in tank attack to just, you know, stomp infantry. For this template, it scales with the damage scales, accuracy increases with the squad units. So it does more damage to squad units. Like for example, it'll do more damage to infantry units. The bigger